Film.
Good morning, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, January 6, 2026, and I call the order of this regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. Before we get started here, I just want to reach out and tell everyone Doug LaMaffa just passed away. He was a great representative, a congressman that helped me. We had a lot of correspondence from my office to his office when it came to logging, when it came to good forest management, water issues, and especially when we're talking about our farmers. It's a really sad day to me because he was a good person. He had a big heart and he represented his district very, very well. So my heart goes out to him and his family. And I hope that you can too.
Yeah.
Keep them in their prayers. Prayer for him. It's kind of hard to talk about it. Pretty emotional right now. All right, leading with the invocation this morning would be Pastor Chris Scott. Chris, come on up.
Oh, you're on. No.
We're already live.
Already live?
Red
Okay.
is live.
Red is live now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Wow.
Got the
All right.
new microphone, so.
Hopefully I don't confuse that at traffic lights, otherwise we'll have a problem in the future here.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry to hear about Doug. That's a really
Yeah,
kind of
it's terrible.
last thing there. So it just happened?
Yeah.
Okay. So as part of today's invocation, is it okay if I pray for that piece
Yeah.
of it and like that? Okay. Please join me in prayer. Lord, 2026 came in screaming, and so the unexpected passing of Doug, I think has caught us all off guard here. So we invite you into all the grief, into all the sadness, into all of the, just wondering like, what's this all about? The questions, the curiosity, all of the lament, every aspect and detail of this, Lord, into our emotions, into our sadness. And for the family and for everybody closely connected with Doug, we pray that you would be that grieving shoulder that they can cry upon, that you would be close, that you would be near, and that you'd help guide and lead in this challenging time as ways are made forward. I have no reason to believe that a way won't be found forward, Lord, but we pray that you would be close as we're navigating those paths so that you can be there with us, showing us the way forward. And for this year here in 2026 in El Dorado County, we consecrate not only this board meeting, but every single board meeting for the rest of this year in all this county to you here in 2026. We pray for your blessing and for your life to come to every decision and every choice, every conversation, every response, every interaction, every dialogue, all of it. We give it all to you and pray for your ongoing blessing in this county and its people. Thank you for this opportunity for us to gather together today. We love you and we thank you. It's in Christ's powerful name we pray these things. Amen.
Amen. Supervisor Parnell, would you lead us in the...
Yeah, everybody please stand and join me for the pledge. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The board now would like to be in our 9:00 a.m. is allocation, starting with item 1. Kim, will you please open it up? Item 1.
Item 1 comes from the Chief Administrative Officer recommending the board, 1, elect the Chair of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors for 2026, 2, elect the Vice Chair of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors for 2026, and 3, elect the second Vice Chair of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors for 2026.
Now I'm going to talk about this a little bit. We're going to do this a little bit different. I don't know if you guys are okay with it, but I'm going to make a suggestion. I think that we need to put the vote out to elect the chair. And then when we take that nomination and it pass, and we'll work to the first vice chair and then the second vice chair. So any comments on that? Are you guys okay with that?
I'm not sure that makes the most sense. Usually you want to, we've talked about this last year of succession planning and all that. And so in a way, it makes more sense to do it as a slate, but see what everybody else thinks.
How does everybody feel about
I'm
that?
fine with doing 3 votes.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah, I
All
like
right.
that too. And then when will we take public comment?
we're going to take it right after this, right now.
Before we?
Right, before we do the nominations,
Okay,
yes.
all right.
So right now,
Yeah, we're going to open it up to public comment.
first, okay.
Yes.
So I wanted to just make a couple comments, man,
Okay.
before we take public comment.
Did you say man?
May I?
Oh, I thought you said man.
Well, the CAO is also, I'm not sure, wanting to interject yet, or what are you thinking?
I think the way we envision this item is the board might be able to, just as we address any other item, make some brief remarks and have some discussion before then hearing public comment and then bring it back to the board for a vote.
Okay, but we can do it however we want, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, just throwing that up. Back to you, Chair.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So everybody okay with that? Seems like, or? All right, we'll go ahead and open it up to public comment.
Okay, wait.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you mind if I just put
Go
some
ahead.
thoughts out on
I
the
should
table?
have said, do you have any other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So obviously, as the vice chair, I've been thinking a lot about this. And last year, when the board encouraged me to take that role, I'm a team player. I was all in. I do so with the intention of moving on if that's the desire of the board. But I do have a concern that we experienced actually last year when Wendy Thomas was our chair and John Heidel was our vice chair. And Supervisor Heidel actually was terming out anyway. Unfortunately, he passed before that, but the result would have been the same. And then, of course, Supervisor Thomas didn't run for reelection, so she essentially was done. And what that left us with was that lack of continuity. We didn't have that. The vice chair steps into the chair. All of a sudden, we lost both the chair and the vice chair. We were super fortunate in that you were willing to step into the role without really having a year to observe and train and prepare. So kudos to you for being willing to do that. But my concern is for the county is that if we go the traditional route and I move into the chair position and our second vice chair, which is Supervisor Parlin, would then move up into the vice chair, we would essentially would create that problem again next year when, if I was to do that, I would no longer be chair and Supervisor Parlin would be terming out. So I really feel that it's in the best interest of the county to consider that and to not make that same, create that same gap. And so just for something for the board to think about, you know, I would be more than willing to just stay as vice chair. And Supervisor Parlin could serve out her last year as chair. And then when she terms out, I could step into the role and we wouldn't have that same gap. So I throw that out there just as something for people to be thinking about because I do think it was hard. You know, it was hard on us to decide how that was going to flow because we lost that continuity. And so I throw it out there as something for this board to consider.
All right, let's go ahead and open.
Well,
Brian?
I have one, since that
Yeah, go
now has been discussed, I have one question, and I guess it would go to the clerk of the board. Following the historical rotation, what's that look like? Who would be up next, which I think is District 5?
Right. So if we followed what Supervisor Lane would propose, are you referring to who would move into the second vice chair?
Well, first vice chair, second vice chair, if we went back 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, what's that rotation look like? Because until the Supervisor Heidel thing, we followed that rotation religiously.
So
And the problem is when you get away from things, then you start creating
Right,
problems.
right.
So assuming that if we had District 4 as the chair, District 5 as the first vice chair, really the second vice chair would be District 3.
Okay. But you're saying that if we did what Brooke just suggested,
Correct.
okay.
I
But
think
I'm
we,
going back to where who would typically be up for next year? District 5, correct? For chair.
correct.
Yeah.
It would be then vice chair if it follows the normal rotation.
The vice chair would then be would be your
If we
second
just-
vice
yeah.
chair would be Supervisor Parlin.
Okay. But that broke with the change in Supervisor Hydall.
Right,
So what I'm saying is go away from that break.
Right.
And where we ended last year, and then going to the normal rotation that it would typically be.
Oh, okay, so you're saying there was a normal rotation of district numbers?
Yes.
I don't know if that was
Oh.
accurate.
Yeah.
I never knew that.
I thought we just chose, I don't think we used the district numbers as our rotation. I don't recall that. We would just choose whomever. Yeah.
It didn't matter who was, it was the next spot. Because I go back to when Supervisor Mikalaka, we had lengthy discussion about this whole thing, and we decided at that time to follow our typical rotation based on what district representative was up next. So that's all I'm saying is for historical purposes, that's how it worked. It got broke when, for whatever reason, Supervisor Hydall was declined to be, and then obviously then we reset some things last year. I'd like to get us back to the normal rotation of the districts.
And then what was that normal rotation? Was it in numerical order, Mr. Veerkamp? You don't remember?
I think so.
Can we look to our CAO who looks like she wants to interject a little bit?
I don't know that I can't speak authoritatively on the history. What I'm recalling would happen is we'd have the chair and the vice chair and the first vice chair. And when we followed a rotation, second vice chair. When we followed a rotation, the vice chair would move up, the second vice chair would move to vice chair, and then you'd elect a new second vice chair. And I don't recall that there was any set formula for that. So I think what Supervisor Veerkamp is asking is if we go back to what would have happened after Supervisor Thomas's first year as chair, and the vice chair had moved into that position, then I think that's where it breaks down because you don't necessarily know who would have been elected in as second vice chair. But we could try to reconstruct who would have been chair and vice chair in that rotation, but I think we might be too many years removed and the second vice chair breaks that link, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and that's just, I don't want to repeat that. That's my concern. So anyway.
Right.
good
Can I ask a
discussion.
question, just so I'm clear? Wasn't Supervisor Thomas's last year as chair, that was her second year as chair, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
And it was supposed to be John.
Yes,
Yeah, okay, okay, all right,
that's where it got
okay.
changed.
And I was second vice chair for like 2 to 3 years in a row. So there was a problem there too, so,
You should have moved up.
yeah, no.
Well, I want to be cautious though, and I know I was hoping to avoid this conversation today, but we do need to be thoughtful of the fact that, when I took the chair in 2022, I did a lot of research on chairmanship and how you choose a chair. And actually we added, some of those documents are on our county website about commissions and committees, because our commissions and committees also struggle with the same conversation.
Mhm.
And there are reasons you choose someone to be a chair or not. And it does not necessarily mean that following traditional rotation per se is the best way to choose your chair. That was in every document that I could find about choosing a chair. So I just want to, say that maybe that was done in the past. I don't know. I've only been on the board. This is my 8th year now. What was done prior. We did have lengthy conversations about the chairmanship in those years. It was hard conversations. And honestly, I did try to look ahead and avoid what happened, but the board at the time didn't heed my conversation then. So we ended up where we did. And I appreciate, Supervisor Lane's trying to avoid that again. this is hard stuff. I get it. And that's where we're at. So I just want to make sure that, as far as I know, there was not a numerical rotation. We never did that, as far as I know. But again, I've only been on the board for 8 years, so I've only seen so much rotation.
Just to address Supervisor Bierkamp's question, if we go back to 2019, we can see that our chair was District 5, our first vice chair was District 3, our second vice chair was District 1, and then our District 2 and District 4 were not.
In the rotation, yeah.
Then we go to 2021, we have District 1 as the chair, District 4 as the first vice chair, and District 3 as the second vice chair. So somewhere we fell out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I think we made the shift to what Supervisor Carlin is remembering.
Well, and I think that was some of the premise for the discussion last year was exactly what you just said, Lori, was a concern for that experience being the chair, and maybe that's who gets elected chair every year. I'm not saying that, but that's what you just said, as far as maybe you put more credence in this or that. So, to me, that takes that out of it. It gives everybody a chance and an experience to be chair. That's something we wrestled with, again, going back to Supervisor Nicolacco, because he didn't really have a lot of government experience. He got through it fine. I think Supervisor Turnbow's done a great job this year as well. And it's a great experience that every supervisor should have the opportunity to do with our help. And I think that has happened this year. So where we end up, whatever, but I just want to make sure this county moves ahead. I think what you're alluding to is you might have better leadership. Well, okay, then how many times have you been chair? Does that take to get you to the chair again? I don't know. Are we going to start going down that road?
Well, and to your point, though, where you said that everybody should get a chance to be chair, Supervisor Heidel was chair. He was. So, that you can't say that he didn't get that opportunity.
I'm not.
And so, but you did in your conversation,
I was-
saying everybody should get a chance.
I was just talking about Supervisor Turnbow in our discussion last year. Supervisor Heidel was not in the mix last year. It was about
Right.
Supervisor Turnbow rotating into his spot. to
Sure.
be chair.
And I think the conversation last year was that I thought, based on my experience when I was vice chair, I found it very helpful to be vice chair for a year,
Sure.
under an experienced chair. And so,
That's why you should follow a rotation.
which is absolutely, but we had a conversation. I know you weren't part of it. You weren't here. We had concerns and reasons why we didn't move forward with bringing Supervisor Heidel back another time. He had an opportunity to be a chair. And based on that, we decided that we didn't put him back in that seat. And last year, I had offered to be chair to help with Supervisor Turnbow understand some of the nuances of being a chair as vice chair. You guys chose not to do that. That's fine. Totally fine. But I do think there's benefit to being vice chair for a year before being chair. So it is what it is. And I just think that we need to try to do what Supervisor Lane is saying, is not set ourselves up. It does not make any sense to make me the vice chair. None at all.
I got to say something here. I was put in the situation, I nominated myself. I got a second and got elected. And the thing is, the chair doesn't have any special privilege. And this is what, we got to put our egos aside. And that's where the problem lies. The chair's position is running the meeting efficiently. And with the help of my assistant and with the help of the CAO and county council, it worked that way this last year. And I don't consider myself any better than anybody else. And the problem is that everybody thinks the chair is so powerful, but it's not. All it is running the meeting, period. Period. That's it.
Yeah.
And making sure the meeting is run efficiently.
Right.
So it was a great privilege. I even said after I got elected, I go, what did I get myself into? But I worked through all the problems and everything I had and made sure that I ran the county efficiently, especially being in this position. And I'm still just one vote like everybody else. And there's no special privilege of being the chair. So I just want to put that out there.
Now can we take public comment?
Now we'll take public comment.
I
Kim?
didn't open this item up, so.
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 1. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again, when your time has ended. We'll begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on up, Chris.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I have said this before. I consider myself a Board of Supervisors historian, having been involved with Board of Supervisors for about 40 years, either as an employee or as a retiree. I'm kind of confused, CAO, because of the way that the agenda is laid out here. We had the welcome before item 1, even though it shows that it's after item 1. We have announcements regarding the agenda, which is supposed to be you according to the agenda. I would just like to make sure that people, clerk, that we understand that we have a new system now that I'm speaking, but the mic is red, which is kind of counterintuitive to what we've had. Maybe somebody could explain what's happened to the room in light of that, but to the topic that we're currently under, item 1. You're all correct. It's strange. I mean, you can have a debate, you can have some discussion, and you all be correct, but in regards to the topic at hand, it says essentially, it tells us what we're supposed to do. It tells you what we're supposed to do. And you articulated very clearly at the beginning, we're going to take the chair first, then we're going to do vice chair, then we're going to do second vice chair. Made a lot of sense. The chair, who's currently the chair, made that decision. There was no debate about that at all. The fact that you were going to take public testimony or some comment before you had this discussion, that astounds me, because usually there's a general discussion and then the public has a chance to understand what you've already said. We don't get caught off guard like we're going to have later today. My point today is whether you go with Supervisor Veerkamp's approach, which is common sense, or you go with the idea that things can change and therefore you have to make adjustments accordingly. Remember, we had a supervisor who went to Costa Rica.
Yep.
They couldn't find him. That's the history of this board. We went without that position for almost better part of a year before we finally made some decisions. Be agile and make, to your point, do it without the political you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The whole thing that we don't like. Yeah. Thank you very much for the time.
Thanks, Chris. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Come on up. I don't see anybody. Let's go to Zoom participants, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Kelly Nelavaya, El Dorado Hills District 1. I'm not 100% sure what I'm commenting on because I agree with Chris. It's still a little bit confusing. So I'm just going to say I would appreciate kindness if I'm off track and not being barked at. Lori especially, you like to bark at people. I agree with George. You know, I've been president without knowing a lot of many organizations because I had a passion to do something for my community. It's kind of obvious to what that's alluding to because we have one junior supervisor. To be honest, I have the most faith in that junior supervisor, and I hope he has the most faith in himself, and that's my supervisor. At minimum, vice chair. I think your voice is starting to be a leader. I think you're common sense. And most of all, I think you're kind and you're respectful. Obviously, we can't have George again. George, you've been, we all have our issues, but as a person in their heart, I would really like to see us go back to people who are respectful and kind and sympathetic, that we are people who love our community. I think, Brooke, you would be a great chair, and it makes sense to me that you might be in line. Um, and I'm hesitant, and I don't say this to be mean. I just say it from my personal experience with people that I have found that tones and quick responses, cutting off, not listening, and kind of being more concerned with agenda has me hesitant to who can lead, because you're leading not just the five people sitting there. You're leading us, because when we become non-participatory in these conversations, the pastor just said, and I wrote it down because I thought it was wonderful. Let you be guided today with your decisions, your choices, your interactions, and your dialogue. We are part of that. And I would love to see us be led more by the person who wants to encourage not just the organization of the meeting, anybody can do that, but the dialogue with the people of what we're trying to do to make El Dorado County the best it can be. 26 forward, getting more people less intimidated to engage, and just the way that we're working in the next year. So obviously it's a little hard because we just don't know who we're public commenting may be the slate. I think that would have been helpful to kind of get an idea of what we're looking at, but that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Morning, everyone. Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. So I had written in my proposal, which was Brooke take chair, and then Greg Ferraro be nominated to first vice chair, and then second potentially be Lori still. I think if Brooke wants to hold off for a little while still, I think it could be a good recommendation for Lori to be chair. And then Greg, second vice chair, to start getting him in the rotation. It hasn't been done by districts because there's opportunity for people to say, hey, I'm not ready for it yet. And so it's also up to the individual that's taking the seat and the position. I agree with Kelly and George. It is about how you progress through the meetings, but it's also about setting up the agenda. And I think that it's helpful to make sure that there's individuals that are focused on the citizens of the county and the potential for things that are a benefit on the calendar itself. So I wanted to note from what I wrote in that I would also be supportive of Brooke, but I really would like to see Greg, hopefully if he's willing, to be in one of the vice chair positions and start making progress towards that. If we had gone with the rotations before, John Hydall potentially would have been from District 1 in the chair position this year. So personally, I would like to see District 1 represented on the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett-Cochon from District 5. Actually, I'm looking at the beautiful Lake Tahoe. In my opinion, maybe the real gold in El Dorado. I commend you on a wonderful start of the new year, New Year's resolution. I'm glad that you're reflecting on a less than ideal start last year. And I'm lending my voice to what I heard from Supervisor Veerkamp. I respect that Supervisor Parlin did a lot of research, but we saw last year it doesn't always work. My world primarily over decades was school boards. And in that context, I'm echoing what I heard from Supervisor Turnbow, reflective on his year as chair. The good chair does not exercise a ton of power. A good chair facilitates the teamwork, like in your recent good governance workshop. Everybody runs for districts, but you govern as a board. And you need to be collegial and polite and kind. And I love that you're saying thank you and respectful to each other so far. Keep it up. And I looked it back, and it seems like you've done a rotation and then elect District 3. I'm sorry, you elect the second vice chair, but I think a straight rotation just takes all the drama and everybody gets empowered, again, like Supervisor Turnbow said, by the colleagues on the board. All of you should be able to do the job a little better with experience, perhaps, but it wasn't pleasant when Super Heidel got caught up into that net. And I just think a straight rotation and even rotate through the districts completely. Don't even elect the last vice chair. You broke a pattern. And I think if you just start District 5, and by the way, I do believe that Supervisor Lane is up for re-election, and I certainly hope she gets re-elected, but that's not a given. So I just think, let's just establish a new rotation and let it be 5, and then, whatever it works out to be, 5, 4, 3, I'm not sure. I think, yeah. And then just let it run forward, and we won't be spending all this money, time, I should say, and time is money. But thank you so much for taking my comment. Great start to the year. Look forward to it continuing. Bye now.
Thank you, Leo.
Now taking public comment from Tara.
Good morning, everybody. Hello, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. So the comment I have is very similar to everybody's comments here. Very grateful for, I don't know who the second to the last speaker was, but yes, I will have the same comment to make. I respect anybody that puts their hat in the ring and runs for this office. I respect all of you because I know what it takes. I know what shoes you walk in. I had oversight of 12 local agencies under the state capacity in the department that I was working for. I know how difficult it is. I know how many people we have to dialogue with, we have to disagree with, we have to listen with. Now, Greg, I know you're sitting back and shaking your head, but listen to me. What I'm telling you is I want you guys to listen. I just want you to listen. That's all. Greg, I respect you for running, but what I don't respect is that you will not listen to me. You said to me, personally, you said to me, Kara, I will never agree with you. John and I didn't agree on everything, but he at least listened to me. Brian and I didn't agree on everything, but Brian at least listened to me. You will not even listen to me. And that's why people are saying, Greg, you won't listen to your District 1 constituents? It's absolutely outrageous that you guys are moving forward and taking away the public's ability to comment. You're minimizing public involvement. Just understand there is a lot of voices happening right now with what they're seeing on the board, and it's not pretty. We are not liking what we're seeing. We're not liking. You guys are carrying on like you're the voice for the people. You're not. You're not. You're just like me, a public servant. A public servant. Remember that and listen to your constituents. You don't have to agree with them. You don't have to agree with them, but you do have to listen to them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tara.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, so bring it back to the board, and for nominations, I'm going to make a nomination. I'm going to nominate Brooke Lane as the chair for this year. Is there any other nominations?
Yeah, I wanted to throw it out there, and I know this will make you all lose your minds. But somebody alluded to it in the public comment. We do listen to your public comments, by the way. And I had been thinking about it prior. So we got into this situation for various reasons. And honestly, I was trying to look ahead. Please know that. I was. But I just couldn't get everyone to maybe see it or understand it. I don't know. But despite that, I did think about what if it's not unprecedented, we've done it before, just keep it, the chair as Supervisor Turnbull. Because I feel that your first go round was a learning year for you. Honestly, I think you've learned a lot. I've seen your progression over this past year. And I see a little bit more room where we could help tweak things for you. For example, when Chris Payne wasn't wrong when he said that, if I had been the chair this morning, I would have stopped and said, hey, everyone, we got a new sound system and this is how it's going to work. And this is what's different. It's those little things that I think that are, and I get what you're saying about the chair is just running the meeting, but you also want to be looking out to the people that are here and online and share little things with them. It's nuances. And I know that sometimes I'm direct and people don't like that. That's totally fine. But there are little nuanced things that over this past year that we've tried, all of us as a board have tried to help you see and understand. And so I was thinking that, and someone made the comment, like, just keep George's chair, Brooke as vice, and I would put Greg in as second vice. So that then we're back to this succession that we can see ahead. But I don't know if you're willing or wanting to. And I don't know how the rest of the board feels about that, but I'm going to throw it out there right now. So I guess then I need to make a second then, don't I? Based on the way we're doing this. So I'll make a second and we'll discuss it. That we make Supervisor Turnbull the chair. And if we have a second, we can discuss it.
So is there a second?
And you don't want to either?
Well.
Can somebody just second it so we can discuss it,
all right,
please? I would
okay,
like
I'll
that.
go ahead and second it.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So is there another motion?
Can we discuss it?
Yeah, go ahead.
So what are your thoughts?
Well, I enjoyed being the chair. I really did, even though that, it's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work.
It is a lot of work, but you know what? I don't know how to put this. It was just a privilege to be in this position, to be the chair. It's nothing, it's just running the meeting efficiently and making sure that, you talk to everyone and especially with staff, the CAO and county council, like I was talking about. And I felt like I feel blessed to be in this position. I really do. And it was a great experience for me. I've learned a lot. And sometimes you have to, like Brooke was saying, or Brian, I can't remember who said it. Sometimes you just got to step up and do it, and throw yourself out there. And it was a great privilege to work with everyone, is what it was. And trying to run the meeting efficiently and that's the biggest thing. And like I say, and my assistant has been a big help. Mark has. And we work as a team, but also all of us work as a team too. So anyway, that's all I have to say for right now.
So point of order, then we have 2 motions and 2 seconds. We take the second motion first.
That's
and
correct.
vote. Otherwise, we're going to be here all day.
Yep.
We're going to be here all day anyway,
Okay.
so
We are.
let's just shorten that duration. to some degree.
So we'll take this second motion first to nominate and leave me as chair. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Now we'll take,
Now we need to.
Opposed?
ask for the opposed.
All
No.
those opposed?
All those opposed?
No,
No.
No.
Motion fails 2-3.
All right, so now we'll go to the first motion is electing Brooke as chair. All those in favor by saying aye?
aye.
Aye.
No.
Opposed. We have one opposed. All right.
Motion
so-
passes 4-1.
So Brooke, you're the chair.
All right,
All right.
I'll do
Okay.
it.
So now we'll move to the first vice chair. All right. So do I hear any nominations?
I would nominate District 1, Craig Ferrero, if you'll accept it.
Well, I'm honored.
I'll second that.
I'm honored.
You already
And-
said.
For discussion,
If-
It's
yeah.
already a second.
Okay, can we discuss it?
Now we can discuss
Now
it.
we
Well, you
can.
don't have no, you can't discuss it. It's already been done. So no, I'm just teasing him anyway.
I'm honored, and I'll do it if I'm voted, but I would actually, I would like to wait a year, to be honest with you. And I still really think I'm learning. I realized I made a mistake in our policies of last month, and I just think I would like to have another year.
So that would make you though,
But you will learn.
you will.
Yeah,
You're not
okay.
going to be chair. You'd be
Yes.
in that seat to learn.
Yes.
Like I said, I would like to
I get it.
postpone it a year.
Yeah.
I'll make another motion if I can. I'll make a motion for Supervisor Veerkamp to serve as first vice chair.
Is there-
I'll second it. So we don't be here all
All
day.
right. So, okay. So we have any other motions?
I think we can only do two. Can we do
can
two
only
or
do
three?
That's right.
I'll
2?
do 6.
Yeah.
Come on.
Come on. Yeah, we can only do two.
Okay.
Well, I have a little bit of a thought on this. I would encourage you, Supervisor Ferrero, to consider stepping into the first vice chair role. Because that's going to leave, no matter who we pick to be the second vice chair, it's going to be an experienced person. And we could kind of sandwich you a little bit. You know, you'd have an experienced person ahead of you, and you'd have someone coming up behind you that would be able to give you that support. So
I will
think it's
rescind my
go
motion.
time. I think it's go time.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
I will rescind my motion.
And I think that, every chair, vice chair combination has been different over the years, that's for sure. I think that the more that you can work as a team as a chair and vice chair, and that chair really takes a mentoring role for the vice chair, I think is super helpful. Seen it several times, it works really well.
And I can't think of a better mentor, so.
Well, back at you.
All right. Okay. So we have just one motion.
One motion.
Yeah.
Motion.
All right. All those in favor of electing Greg as our first vice chair by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. So now we'll move to our second vice chair. Any nominations?
Pickings are getting slim.
Nominate Brian.
Second.
All right. Was it any other motions? All right.
There aren't any to be made.
I don't. Well, there's not.
Sorry.
All right. So
That's what
there's a
rotation
motion.
was.
Basically, the Brian to elect him second vice chair. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
All right.
I'm sorry, are there any opposed?
Any opposed? Looks like I don't think so.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. So
That's done.
we have our chair.
We're
And we
gonna,
have-
we're gonna take a brief break.
5-minute
to
break.
Switch our chairs. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so the mics are unmuted.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we're going to go ahead and bring the meeting back to order. And the first order of business that I would like to do, as your new chair, is to recognize Supervisor Turnbull officially and to thank him officially for, as I said earlier, jumping in and stepping up and learning this job kind of on the fly. You did a great job. You made a comment earlier about the passing of Doug, and you said he was a good person and he had a big heart. And it's ironic that you said that because that's how I think of you. So I wanted to thank you for stepping up and leading us and getting us through this year. You did a great job, and appreciate you are an emotional person, and we had a lot of emotion last year, and you were not afraid to show that, and I admire that. You did a great job. We learned more about some of your relatives, which was unfortunate, but
Can't help that.
you know, that just comes with the Turnbull territory. So
Yeah,
congratulations and thank you for a job well done.
yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, George.
You want to get a picture of this, Kim?
No.
No.
Speech.
He already did that.
Oh, okay. All right. The next order of business that I would like to bring to our attention is something that Supervisor Parlin mentioned earlier, which is the upgrades that we've done to the room so that the public can understand and staff and us as well. We're learning that red now means go. So, Ms. Dawson, could you just
Sure.
shed some light on that?
For the public, they probably won't notice a lot of changes except for the streaming should be cleaner. You should not see any disruptions. The audio has improved. Like Supervisor Lane stated, when you do come to the podium mic, you will see that it's red, which I know for many is counterintuitive. You would think it would be green, but red does mean you're live. And basically, as far as the system in the back, our IT department, along with our vendor, replaced all the equipment. It should be, a lot of the issues that we encountered last year should be resolved. As you can see, the timer now works in the room and outside of the room. The audio is much clearer. It's not cutting in and out. Hopefully, our participants outside of the room are noticing not a variation between the sound in the room and those participating outside of the room, whether they're calling in or from their computer. So just like Supervisor Lane and Parlin both pointed out, when you come to the mic, I have it on my keyboard to be able to control it. You don't need to turn it on or off. It will be on unless I forget. But hopefully we hear some really positive feedback from our constituents as they notice the difference in far as the streaming and the reliability of it.
And I would just add that we came up with an analogy to help people. Red is danger, hot mic, be ready.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. A couple things I just want to ask. Today is going to be a little bit of a transition for us, but also for the public. And so I want to ask of my colleagues, I would like to go back to the where you push your button if you want to speak, and then it automatically comes up on the screen, kind of the order of comments that we're going to take, as opposed to the free form that Supervisor Turnbull had last year, which I thought worked well. I think that works well for your style, but I would like to kind of have a little bit more control over the conversation, who talks when. So please press your button. It comes up on this one. Yeah, this is a
Yeah.
new one. It's a new screen. And then there's a remote, right?
So it's the Velcroed button, Brian.
Oh, the Velcro.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
button.
Don't hit the panic
This has
button.
been
Hit the panic button. It's
Yeah.
that button. Yeah.
So-
Button will bring the sheriff in.
So,
This will get you up on my screen.
Yeah.
so
Okay.
I got to say something to that. The problem with these Velcro buttons, the reason why I didn't do that is there you go, it falls off. Or, yeah, exactly. There's the problem. And then you got to find it if, especially when it
Can we
falls
just
on
put
the
them up on
floor.
the dais then where we can get them easy? I mean,
Yeah.
they don't need to be Velcroed,
So
right?
that was one of the reasons why I did the way I did it, so.
You need yours.
Yeah, do you have
I don't
one?
even know where mine are.
Otherwise, you're not gonna know.
Right,
Yeah, you're gonna be
exactly. The
talking about
wrong, yeah, I'm gonna be calling on myself.
Well, you still have yours.
Yeah, I got mine.
Yeah.
It it
And-
works.
Yeah.
And it's a better way, I think, of having the conversation on the topics that we take up.
Okay, and then maybe Kim, you could just collect these afterward because I know the Velcro was to try to keep track of them. So something like that.
Yeah, we'll throw them in the drawer with the remote, maybe.
Okay.
We'll figure that part out, but thank you let's see if that works. We'll just try it. All right, so we're going to now go back to the official agenda. We have announcements regarding the agenda that was posted on December 31st. And I'd like to call on the CAO at this time are there any changes, deletions, corrections?
No changes, Madam Chair.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and deem the agenda approved as presented, which now will move us into approval of the consent agenda. With any of my colleagues, do you wish to comment or pull an item for discussion? And I'll look to Mr. Ferrero first.
No, thank you.
Mr. Vierkamp?
Yeah, I was doing my button, but anyway. Okay, so yes, I'd like to pull item 7, and then I have a brief comment on item 17.
Do you want to go ahead and make your comment on 17?
Sure, and that would be that after a diligent review in the costs of contracting out and versus having a new employee, I cringe at the opportunity to have a new employee only because of the benefits and future costs. But the cost of a contract in this situation has gotten very exorbitant. So
Yeah.
that's why I will vote and approve item 17.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vierkamp. Mr. Turnbull,
No changes.
Ms. Parlin.
Okay, so we're pulling 7.
Doing that, so.
Number 11, I'm just, I don't think this landed where I wanted, so I'm going to be a no vote on 11. And then I just wanted to make a comment. Generally speaking, I've appreciated the staff registrar backgrounds on items have been pretty darn thorough. And I just, excuse me, wanted to say that I thought item 23, the library one about the broadband and all that was hecka thorough. And because I don't think any of us have been around continuously for that item. And it was like, wow, if every staff background could be that thorough, we would all know what's going on all the time. And then on item 27, I just want to have a comment added to the record that I'm going to go ahead and vote yes and support the item, but just historically, I've not supported this project for various reasons. But it's so far along, it doesn't make any sense to vote no. So just, I'd like that in the record though, because people ask why I vote certain ways sometimes.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Perlin. So as I understand it, we are going to be pulling item number 7 for in-depth conversation. But first, we're going to take it to the public for public comment. We will be, at this time, asking that you comment on any of the consent items and any of the closed session items at this time. You will have 3 minutes to make your comments, and even though we're pulling item number 7 for discussion, if you wish to talk about item number 7, now would be the time to do it. We won't be taking public comment on item number 7. We'll actually talk about it. Mr. Payne.
We are
sorry,
now, we are
Ms.
now
Foster.
taking public comment specifically on the consent calendar and closed session items. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Mr. Payne, welcome.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Thank you so much, Chair. Congratulations, first vice, second vice. You added right at the end before you took public comment that closed session is part of this block, which means that you need to go to the closed session information, which is item 2, 3, and 4, in order to know whether you want to speak on that particular item. Yesterday, there was a special meeting of this Board of Supervisors, I believe, I wasn't here, where it was strictly closed session. And so there were items, if somebody wanted to look at closed session for this week, go to yesterday. The board was here in this chamber, wasn't it?
Yep.
Okay. Item 11. I thought at the time, because it was a long day on November the 18th, and you trailed that item until the end of the day. It was, I believe, either the last item or the second to last item. And at the 8-hour time, there was a lot of discussion leading to it at this 8-hour time period. And if you go there on the video available to you, then you'll find that there was a list that was being created by staff of things that would help us be more efficient and effective. Prior to the action being taken, Supervisor Lane, bless her heart, said, you know, there's something that they're using in other jurisdictions and we might consider it for here. Once I heard it, and remember I'd already publicly commented earlier in that item, I thought it must be a joke. It must be close to, I don't know exactly what I was thinking at the time, but I was using all my experience and history of the board and thought to myself, this is never going to work. It's going to be very confusing. And it's confusing because I don't get a chance to listen to the staff speak to this item about what is the content of the item. Today, we have 2 public hearings and 5 regular agenda items, of which of the 5 will take in a few minutes, and I don't want to waste my 3 on this. But this is, can I say, ludicrous and should be reconsidered. I don't think it's going to work in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just a point of clarification. I think the speaker was referring to other policy direction that the board made insofar as changes to the manner in which these meetings are conducted, which appear to be outside the scope of the consent calendar policy that is the subject of item 11. It's your discretion, but I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, item number 11 specifically is the consent calendar, and Mr. Payne did throw in some other things, but they all kind of, will accept it as presented. They all kind of cross over each other. So for the purposes of right now, I'm going to let it go.
Understood.
Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Mary Chan. I'm one of the directors of the Taxpayers Association of El Dorado County. I'm here representing the Taxpayers Association to ask for 2 things. First, that the Legistar item 25-2034 be pulled from the consent calendar. And second, that the board reconsider the new public comment policy in its entirety. A policy that fundamentally changes how the public engages with its elected officials is not routine nor ministerial. It deserves discussion. We've been told this change is about efficiency, but the data tells a different story. A review of California practices shows that the overwhelming majority of counties, more than 50, take public comments when agenda items are heard. Only 3 counties statewide, Alameda, Merced, and now El Dorado, explicitly consolidate agenda item public comments into a single comment period for most non-hearing items. 2 additional counties use limited hybrid approaches, primarily for consent calendars. In other words, El Dorado County's new policy places it in a very small minority. Large metropolitan governments that are sometimes cited in support of consolidation operate under very different conditions, often with short consent calendars and extensive delegation structures. El Dorado County does not resemble those jurisdictions. Here, consent calendars routinely contain dozens of unrelated items. Consolidating public comments that in that context does not make meetings more efficient. It forces residents to divide 3 minutes across multiple unrelated issues or to choose which issues they are allowed to speak. That filters participation rather than streamlining government. The new policy also requires the public to speak before staff presentations and board discussions. That means residents are asked to comment without hearing the facts, the options, or the debate. That is not meaningful participation. It's guesswork. There are better ways to improve efficiency. One option is to delegate routine or minor budget approvals to the CAO with clear thresholds and to report back to the board. This would shorten consent calendars without limiting public input.
Thank you, Ms. Chan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. I'm addressing items 2, 3, and 11. In 2009, Compass to Truth was founded based upon the preamble of the Brown Act, which states in part, the people do not yield their sovereignty to the bodies that serve them. The people insist on remaining informed to retain control over the legislative bodies they have created. For the BOS to deceptively spring this new 3-minute restriction upon constituents under the guise of streamlining and efficiency while they are preoccupied in holiday festivities is nothing short of evil. We do not consent to your socialist manipulations. Despotism creeps in and takes over when constituents fall asleep at the wheel and fail to challenge their government representatives. Consequently, El Dorado County citizens are experiencing death by 1,000 cuts to our First Amendment rights at the hands of the unelected acting CAO Sue Phillips and County Council David Livingston with the unanimous blessing of the BOS. You follow neither the letter nor the spirit of the law. Section 54954.3C states in part, care must be given to avoid violating the speech rights of speakers by suppressing opinions relevant to the business of the body. As such, members of the public have broad constitutional rights to comment on any subject relating to the business of the governmental body. Any attempt to restrict the content of such speech must be narrowly tailored to effectuate a compelling state interest. Specifically, the courts found that Such policies promoted discussion artificially geared towards praising and maintaining the status quo, thereby foreclosing meaningful public dialogue. I have a moral and civic duty to expose government corruption. It is public knowledge that David Livingston colluded with former CAO Don Ashton to unlawfully obstruct my ability to communicate with staff, nor will he respond to PRAs as required by law. Factual evidence on file with HR and the DA leaves no doubt this was done in retaliation for my whistleblowing. Apparently, the acting CAO is going along to get along with the BOS, who are part of the good old boys network, conspiring to deprive me and other citizens of their sovereignty and First Amendment rights. In addition to violating your oaths, you become complicit and liable for conspiracy against rights. The only response from the DA has been to exercise my right to sue. Such costly lawfare could easily be avoided if you just did the right thing in the first place. Abide by the spirit and letter of the law, support the Constitution, and replace David Livingston. Madam Clerk, please enter this.
Welcome.
Good morning. Happy New Year. I'm Gina Posey. I'm a candidate for supervisor in District 4. I've had the opportunity recently to speak with a lot of the voters in my district about item 11. And based on input, I respectfully request that item 11 be pulled from the consent calendar. This item is not routine, it's not ministerial or administrative in nature. Instead, it represents a fundamental change on how the public is permitted to engage with this board, particularly with respect to public comment. Changes of this magnitude should not be adopted through the consent calendar, which is intended for non-controversial items requiring no discussion. This proposal warrants full board deliberation and meaningful public input. Upon review of the Brown Act, Government Code Section 54954.3A is clear. The public must be provided an opportunity to address the legislative body at each agenda item before or during the board's consideration of that item. The policy change contemplated in number 11, item 25-2034, which requires members of the public to merge or consolidate comments across multiple agenda items, effectively undermines this statutory requirement. By forcing disparate items into a single comment, the public is denied the ability to provide specific, relevant, and meaningful comment on each individual agenda item as contemplated by law. Public participation is not a procedural inconvenience. It is a core legal obligation and democratic safeguard. While the board has stated that this change is intended to improve meeting efficiency, efficiency cannot come at the expense of transparency, accountability, or the public's right to be heard. Recent changes to the board's meeting schedule, which have reduced the number of meetings, already place additional constraints on public access and participation. Layering further restrictions on public comment only compounds that problem. I hope you would agree that the public's voice should never be treated as something to be managed, minimized, or streamlined out of the process. Public comment is not an obstacle to good governance. It is an essential component of it. Policies that diminish meaningful public engagement risk eroding public trust and expose the county to legal challenge. For these reasons, I strongly urge the board to pull Legislature Item 25-2034 to allow for a full discussion and provide the public with an opportunity to weigh in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Posey. I do want to just kind of make a comment at this point, and I think County Council raised it initially at the beginning of public comment, but the item that's being discussed only has to do with the consent calendar. It has some clarifications, for example, that a supervisor can pull an item, right, without questions asked. It clarifies that. We haven't really changed how we're doing the consent at all, except we've added that you can comment on closed session, which in my experience in the 3 years I've been here, there's usually no comments on closed session. So we're just combining those two. This item does not have to do with other public comment. Yeah. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. Ms. Dawson? Are there any other members in the room that would like to come before the board with regards to consent and closed session items? Okay, seeing none, can we go online?
Not taking public comment from online participants. Not taking public comment from Kelly N.
Hi, good morning again, and thank you, Chairwoman. Are we allowed to say that still? Maybe I'm misunderstanding again. I am respectfully asking that item 11 be pulled. The way I'm seeing this is that item 11 is to approve the changes to the format that was discussed on November 18th. I did participate, but I'm not going to lie, I don't remember much that has happened in the last 5 weeks. I do remember that it is always concerning, and I echo the reason I would like more discussion on item 11 and the way we are conducting public comment, which is, again, my understanding of the item 11 consent is to consent to this new policy and procedure, is a lot of the things people have said. I can't tell you how many times I have you on my second computer, I'm working away, I'm doing my thing, I start to hear the dialogue or the staff presentation, and I think, you know what, actually, I think I do have something I'd like to say or input. In terms of efficiency, I guess for me personally, the things I take concerning is when we talk about efficiency, I've also heard multiple times people make comments from the board of, we're going to be here all day. We're going to be here all night. Almost as if the public comment is a burden and the way for efficiency is to reduce that. But I remind you that in general, let's be honest, there's about 5 of us on a regular basis that participate in almost every item or close to every item. We're not talking about huge amounts of people affecting your efficiency. So I'm just asking that we be able to have more conversation first on item 11 before you fully consent to this policy that would limit our right to public participation and free speech on every item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Wolf.
Hello, it's Mandy Rodriguez. I don't know how Mandy Wolf got on there, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm calling about item 11 too. And I'll be really quick. This will probably be one of my quickest calls. First of all, 2 words that absolutely don't go together is government and efficiency. So if we're looking at being more efficient in 2026, let's start with some like real things, right? What else do we think in our government, locally, county, is inefficient? I could start with probably 10 things off the top of my head. It's confusing by design. The whole proposition that you put through, Brooke, it is confusing. And it's meant to confuse because it's really a long-winded, fancy way of saying, shut your mouth. You don't want to hear from us because you could get in and out of these meetings a lot faster without public input. And that is the truth. So happy 2026. And I hope you guys have a great year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Tara.
Yeah, so I don't even know where to keep this in the lanes, between the lines. It's so outrageous, and I'm gonna try. I don't know how you guys maintain your calmness. I really don't. This is so outrageous. So, Mandy, thank you. I needed that good laugh. Government does not equal efficiency. Government does not equal efficiency. Now, with that said, as government, we try to manage efficiency. We do try. 35 years as a government employee, I signed my emails, my letters, everything. Your humble public servant. And that's the way I looked at my job. Your humble public servant. This is outrageous. I have been hearing from many people that this item 11 is so, it just goes to what's been happening this last year. I've never seen a board, and I've been through 5 boards now from Bill Bixby. What is Bill? our original board, 5 boards now through, and I've never seen this level of reducing public involvement. It has gone back and forth. I agree. It's gone back and forth, but we started out the year, remember? Started out 2025 talking about each department came up and told us how bankrupt they were, how in failure mode they were. And then in April, we gave managers and top staff raises with ignoring the hard workers of the staff that truly do a lot of the work. And here we are trying to limit public comment by saying due to our efficiency, not only has the board look at what you guys have done. Is there 2 meetings a month now? I just went through it real quick this morning. What, we're averaging 2 board meetings a month? Is that your idea of efficiency? We're cutting down public engagement. Why is that? It's not efficiency, you guys. It's not efficiency. It's so you don't have to listen to the public. So you don't have to listen to the facts. You know the pages of facts that I provide. You know the 60 pages of facts that I provided on a document that had to be evaluated, that had to be looked at. That's why you don't want to engage the public, because you don't want to know the facts. This is unabashedly outrageous and should be illegal. And thank you. That's about what I'm going to say here.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Everyone, Linda Campbell, Eldorado Hills. So on item 11, I did hear that you pulled it for discussion, which is great. But then, Chair Lane, you did also say that during discussion on this consent calendar, if people wanted to bring up 11, they could and or should. So maybe that's some of the confusion, and it goes to what I wrote in on Sunday. If an item's pulled, I think we all want to know that you as a board will have your discussion, and then we're going to have the opportunity as the public to still provide input on that as a separate item. So I think maybe that clarification would be helpful. And then I also wrote in on item 30, and I just want to expand on it a little bit. It's about moving the dates for subdivision improvement plans. I actually went to the building site on the website, and if somebody gets a regular building permit, it also is valid for 2 years, which is what the developers signed in their subdivision improvement plans. But then it also says if you're unable to complete your project within this time frame, you may renew your permit twice, each time for an additional year, provided that construction has been progressing appropriately. A renewal fee will apply based on the percentage of progress made. If 4 years prove inadequate for construction, you can reactivate the permit under a new number, which will involve a review of the project's process. Some of the items on that list, as I noted, the longest one was like going on 10 years. And then there's some other ones. So why would we continue to allow developer agreements to just move however they want? But yet if somebody gets a building permit, they're only held to 4 years. So I really would like that one pulled still, and have some form of standards that doesn't prioritize developers' timelines over individuals of the county that may also be having permits. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. And I do want to clarify that item number 11 has not been pulled by any member of the board, but rather Supervisor Parlin did register no vote on item number 11, just to clarify.
And now taking public comment from Paul Gilchrist.
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thanks. Good morning, El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. I rise today to bring forward Brown Act compliance concerns regarding agenda item 25-2034 and the proposed change to public comment procedures for consent calendar items and closed session items. Under the Brown Act, specific government code 54954.3a, the public must be given opportunity to address the legislative body on each agenda item before or during the body's consideration of that item. Consent calendars are procedural convenience, but they do not merge multiple agenda items into one. Each consent calendar item, including those under agenda item 25-2034, remains a separate agenda item for public comment purposes. I observed the November video recording of the board discussing this item, and there is potential for multiple items to be considered into a single 3-minute comment. This is exactly the kind of approach the Brown Act does not permit. I am also concerned about the proposed language stating public comment, quote, public comment on closed sessions items will be taken at the same time as public comment on the consent calendar. Closed session items are distinct agenda items with their own public comment requirements. Combining them with the consent calendar would confuse the public, discourage comment, and treat sensitive matters like routine items, inconsistent with the Brown Act and Attorney General guidance. Even more concerning is the proposal placing public comment after adoption of the consent calendar and closed session items. Under the Brown Act, comment must occur before or during the consideration so the public can influence decisions. Allowing comment after adoption undermines public participation and does not comply in good faith with the law. A more legally defensible approach would be to allow public comment on each consent agenda item, including those under agenda item 25-2043, which resemble time limits with reasonable time limits before adoption, and provide a separate, clearly identified opportunity for comment on closed session items before entering closed session. My goal is not to slow meetings down, but to ensure procedures remain consistent with the Brown Act and long-standing Attorney General guidance. In my written statement, which I will send in, I have included citations and Attorney General references along with Attorney General opinions and guidance. The key principle here: efficiency tools may not collapse, obscure, or eliminate the public's right to comment. Public comment after adoptions or consolidated across multiple items violates the Brown Act. Thank you. My name is Paul Gilchrist. I serve as an elected member of the County Fire Board. To be clear, I'm speaking today in my individual capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilchrist.
Now taking public comment from Hillary Rovard.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Hillary Roverud. I'm the Assistant City Manager with the City of South Lake Tahoe and the Executive Director of the South Tahoe Transit JPA. And I'm commenting today on consent item number 7. First, I wanted to thank the staff and the board for bringing this item forward for consideration. The City Council of South Lake Tahoe and the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors formed the South Tahoe Transit JPA a little over a year ago. And I believe that having the JPA in place has already influenced some positive improvements to transit services and future transit planning on the South Shore. The action before you today is an opportunity for El Dorado County to help keep that momentum going and to show support for the JPA goals, one of which is to expand transit options in the unincorporated areas of El Dorado County. The fiscal year 25-26 funding request that is before you is to cover 1/3 of the administrative costs for the JPA board to continue meeting, developing a united voice from the California jurisdictions on the South Shore, advocating for transit improvements, and collaborating with partners to seek additional state, federal, and private sector funding to improve transit for our residents and visitors. And I am available if you have any questions regarding the Transit JPA later in your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roverud.
Now taking public comment from Taxpayers Association.
Good morning, Chair and board members. This is actually Kevin McCarty. Guess I'm still logged into the Taxpayers Zoom, but in any case, just following up on the letter submitted on behalf of the Taxpayers Association. First of all, congratulations to Chair Lane. Looking forward to the tone and tenor of the discussions at the board this year. just going to chime in on number 11 about the consent calendar. And Chair Lane, I do acknowledge what you've said, that this may seem kind of a marginal change to the procedure of just adding in closed session items to the consent calendar comment. The issue that I think a lot of people are raising is that even though this might seem minor, we already have, what many people consider to be a sort of abuse of the consent calendar, things getting put on there that do involve land use decisions, that involve substantive financial commitments for the county. And this one is a substantive change to the form in which the public can engage with the board. There may not be many comments, or at least as many comments on closed session items, but though they might be fewer in number, a lot of these litigation matters, qualitatively, they can be very impactful for the county. So I think they do deserve their own comment period. And I think what a lot of people are alluding to in a broader sense is we should kind of be going in the other direction. We should have more opportunities for the public to engage on matters of public interest, as referenced in the government code. There, again, are a lot of things that are being put in there. It already creates a sort of moral hazard and incentive to sweep things in that really deserve more public impact. So I just hope that you'll consider at least pulling this and discussing it, since it does change the structure in which the public can engage with yourselves as the board. But otherwise, again, Happy New Year, and I hope you all have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Mr. McCarty.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, Leo Bennett, Koshan, District 5. I pulled over to be safe, and I'm in Myers. Just want to shout out to the efficiency of all the folks that do the snow plowing. In my experience, hey, government's working okay in that domain finally. I would like to comment first on closed session items. You don't get very many comments, but you've set up a great future, so maybe this is a shout out for Greg and for Lori, these little nuances. So item 2, performance evaluation county council. My experience is with prosecutors, public defenders, counsel for school boards, multiple agencies, state level folk. I shout out for Counselor Livingston. He's the best I've ever experienced. I feel always listened to, sometimes not heard, but if I share back, then I feel heard. And many times we disagree, but I always know what the points in common are and the points for future conversation, or where I should stand down, since he has vastly more experience and knowledge. I just have a narrow perspective, but I'm glad that he could listen, hear, and find those common ground. Number 3 is public employment. It is for our Chief Administrative Officer. I realize why it's in closed session. I hope you at some point, and if I've missed it, I apologize, have a transparent discussion of the process. We've gone through so many different iterations of that, a lot of money spent, and then we end up hiring in-house. All good, but in these times, I think it would be good, A, to get maybe a workshop, as was mentioned in the past by Supervisor Veerkamp, on different topics, or just more public involvement, so that this is both transparent and then lends itself to some greater stability. Now I'm moving on to consent item 11. I'm urging you to pull it and then postpone it, table it, bring it back, get further clarification. I certainly agree with both the chair and county council about the breadth of comments, and I'm glad that they've been allowed, but it's very obvious to me there's great confusion about this. I listened to when you actually talked about it, and then I also went and talked to wonderful folks who gave me the handbook and where this idea started. But I also think you need to look at the last item where it says the chair will place consent items on the agenda, which conflicts with your agenda, says you will talk about the pulled items right now. Thank you for taking my comment and love your chimes. Bye now.
Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
Okay, I will bring the consent agenda back to the board for action or further discussion.
Madam Chair, I'll move consent for approval. If Kim will.
Of course.
Or summarize.
Approve the consent calendar with the following changes. Pull item 7 for discussion. Supervisor Parlin registered a no vote on item 11. Supervisor Parlin that although she will vote in favor of item number 27, she does not support the project.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson.
Again, I'll move approval.
Thank you, sir. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
No.
Okay, seeing none, please vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay,
Motion passes 5-0.
all right, thank you. We're going to now move to public comment on the rest of the items on the agenda, with the exception of the 2 items that are programmed for a public hearing. So to be clear, we're now taking public comment on items 38, 39, 42, 43, and 44. Ms. Dawson, how do you want to intro that?
We are now taking public comment specifically on the following items: 38, 39, 42, 43, and 44. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record.
Welcome.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. As I spoke earlier, there's 2 public hearings today. They were timed items for 10 o'clock. And there are 5 of these regular items of which you've now asked for comments. I got to talk to this gentleman in the back, Mr. Dixon, about his item 44. That is to be heard after noon. Yet I'm publicly commenting on his item without hearing any of the staff discussion about it or any of the preliminary deliberation by this board, which makes no sense. Also, the question of Mr. Dixon coming here in the morning and then having to come in the afternoon because he wants to listen to the public comment, or whether he should make a public comment during this time period so that he then at least reflects his comment because he doesn't know what's going to happen in the afternoon. I told him he's an applicant. He has every right to speak about his project when it's heard in the afternoon, item 44. It'll be heard after open forum. We don't know when, but it'll be heard. I think it's confusing and continues to be confusing because I don't believe staff collectively understands what's going on with these items. Mr. Dixon should have been told, yes, Mr. Dixon, you're going to have at least 6 minutes or so to be able to present your item, so that he then would know that he would have 6 minutes and not have to come up here during this time period and speak. This is a problem because we are doing business as the county, and it's reflective of then all of those comments that we took earlier today, including mine. Please talk to Mr. Dixon, let him know, staff, that he has a right to present his project in the afternoon and doesn't have to come up at this time period. Thank you very much for this time.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Thank you for pointing that out. Does county council or the CAO's office?
Well, it's my understanding that Mr. Dixon was advised by staff that this is the opportunity to provide comment, and that is because his item, he is not an applicant for a project, nor is his item scheduled for a public hearing. So this is the opportunity for him to provide his comment.
And
Hi, I'm Mr. Dixon, yeah.
welcome. Glad that you're here.
Thank you.
Were you provided that information? Are you?
No, I wasn't provided anything. I had 2 phone calls from Thea regarding the long-range planning forecast that this meeting will go on today. At first, she told me to come in at 1 o'clock, and she came back later and said, no, come in at 9 if you want to say anything regarding your property. So I come in at 9, but I wasn't going to stand up and say anything until I thought it was going to be brought up first, and I could say after it's brought up. It hasn't been brought up yet, so.
I'm sorry for that confusion.
okay.
I'm glad you're here. We'd like to hear your comments at this time.
All I can say is I bought this property quite a few years ago, and whenever I buy land, I buy it to fix up and naturally resell to make a little money on it, okay? It's a beautiful property. And then I found out through a lot of people that they're doing this long-range planning now, and the long-range planning is for 20 years from now. So what about now? How can they do stuff they plan for 20 years from now? And legally, right now, the county has it. I'm not saying the county, the state is controlling whatever, or the long-range planning department has it to where I cannot do anything with the property. I legally own it. I pay taxes on it. I pay EID. I mow it. I groom it. I make the streets look nice for all the other existing homes out there. They all love what I do. And yet the county says I cannot legally sell it to anybody to put one house on, and I cannot legally sell it to put multi. The county rezoned it to multi-zoning for a lot of houses. But a lot of people don't realize it's not just me. All the other people on North Street and Missouri Street, we all own the whole road. The county has no easement, no right of way. So how do they think they can put in a big subdivision when they don't even have any access to widen the road? The road cannot be widened, you know? I even talked to the fire marshal because he wanted to talk to me about that also. And he said that legally there has to be more than one way in, one way out for multifamily, and there's not. And there's only one piece of land available, and that's off of Fournier Road. And I talked to that lady. She will not allow any kind of easement across her property. I wrote a letter regarding all my property. I took it around and showed it to all the neighbors. Everybody signed it. They don't want any development out there. They want to keep it a quiet neighborhood, okay? I got a written letter from Rafael Martinez saying it cannot be multifamily. And yet, even after he wrote that letter, they have not done anything. They're still saying they want to go for that long-range planning. What about me? I own it. I pay taxes on it, and I cannot do anything with it. It don't seem fair. I got people calling me all the time because I got signs up on the property. They want to buy it, and I cannot legally even sell it to them because I want to be fair to the people. If they buy it, they cannot put one house on it, and they cannot put 50 houses on it. They cannot do either or. So what is going on with the property? It's got to get changed back to single family. Otherwise, you cannot do anything with it, period. And that's illegal. That's why I got my attorney. He says, Kurt, don't worry, it'll get changed. Or it's gonna be a big lawsuit, so, yeah. Okay?
Thank you for your
I
comments.
just want to be
Mr.
fair with
Dixon.
everybody else, yeah.
Thank you.
Brian's been helping me, George believes me. We've all been here local all our life. We want to keep it a quiet neighborhood. There's been too much building going on in this county.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Kurt. Thank you, Kurt.
Is there any other public comment by those that are here present with us today? Okay, seeing none, we can go online.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Debbie Manning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
You're very, very quiet.
Okay, well, I'll try to talk really loud. Can you hear me now?
It's a little muffled.
Okay, can I call back on myself? Can I still comment then?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Now taking public comment from Tara.
Yes, good afternoon, good morning. Okay, this is a very timely topic. That the gentleman that just spoke before, I spent 35 years, and part of my job was working with the county and being in the meetings. I've been in the meetings, had these dialogues. Now I'm a Joe citizen, right? But my main overlying comment is, and over 5 boards we've discussed this. County and county staff lead these developers, lead these private parties, private landowners with rose-colored glasses through these development meetings down a path, and then boom, they're told they can't do this until the range planning, or till this happens, or till the road is widened, and then they have to, or till this is done, or so there is a huge, and I've pushed this comment, I've pushed this topic many times with the county and got no traction. What I would like to propose is that the county develop a more straightforward, and it's not always pretty, believe me. You're going to dissuade people from coming to El Dorado County and building because you're going to be honest with them. You're going to be forthright with them, and you're going to say, this is what has to happen before you can build XYZ here. But in doing that, you're going to have developers that will come in at the time you want them and need them, or at the appropriate time, instead of leading them down the path with rose-colored glasses, and then at the nth hour, after they've spent so much money, so much time, and then they, oh, I can't build this because now you want me to grade back 500 feet of this area to put in a intersection, or you want me to redo the signals, or you want me to do, it's just, it's crazy how this county puts the cart before the horse. It can be done. It's been done with other local agencies. I agree. Other local agencies do things. Every local agency does something different. Not one local agency does things the same. But our local agency needs to operate.
Does that conclude your comments? You have 20 seconds left.
Thank you. I thought I was cut off.
No.
That yeah, we need to operate where we're being honest with these people that are coming in and not lead them down the path with rose-colored glasses. And staff needs to be upfront and upright, forthcoming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Again, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. I wrote in comments already that hopefully y'all read, and it was specific about this. When we had the discussion back in November, because I was on the call and I provided comment then, I thought that the intent of this particular part of the meeting was to give people opportunity for those things that are not planned at a certain time, usually the department matters, because then they wouldn't have to necessarily wait on the meeting all day if they didn't have the opportunity to do that. But my concern with how the communication came out was that it made it seem like this is the only time to do comments. And potentially there wouldn't be comments when the actual discussion came up. I'm hopeful that's not true. So if you could clarify if in fact you are going to have public comment when any of these other items are held, so that people that are listening and get new information are still able to provide input. I was actually really surprised to see that 42, 43, and 44 are considering non-agendized because they are said to be after 1, but I can see now there was a distinction made for public hearings. So I hope all of this, everybody can go back and take a look and say, what can we do to restructure and improve this a little bit? It would be great. And then specifically, just in case I can't talk later, I wanted to talk on item 38 with the selection of the CIO. There was a brief summary provided, but I'm curious on how the interview process went. Even summaries like how many applicants were received, how many progressed through the different steps of the selection process. Ultimately, I think it's helpful for the public to know that the process was objective and that selection was based on merit for the best possible candidate. Since this is a new and strategic role, I'm also hopeful this proposal is not seen as a promotion continuing current or operational functions, and that the board is setting the candidate up for success to achieve goals that this critical role should accomplish. So anyways, just my thoughts on 38, and definitely I was surprised about 44. I'm glad that gentleman was told to get up. That's not the last time he's able to talk, and he's able to provide feedback through your discussion later. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Cochon. I urge you, as is other people, to review this change in policy. It's not a written policy, so unlike consent, you're able to implement it. But similar to your proclamation policy, which got written and then updated based on experience, I hope that you do not wait 6 months, that you direct staff to bring it back. I have 36 seconds to comment on your 5 action items, and I've already used up a certain amount of time. I'll comment more on open forum, how that violates the interpretation of meaningful public engagement by the Ninth Circuit. This has been litigated, and I think we should avoid having to go there. I have questions on item 38. It states that the funding is with partial recovery in future years. So is this, whatever the merits of the position, is this, I'm reading it, correct me if I'm wrong, that it's not built into the budget, a budget that you laid people off, you don't even have 15K, you keep the promise of previous boards for over 20 years to fund the wagon train at 15K, and now you can find this money for this position. Whatever the merits are, I think you need to be able to know what are the trade-offs this year and in future years. Then you're going to, look at all your different appointments, and there's been ups and downs in terms of your different committee structure. So again, I don't think 36 seconds is going to give me a lot of time to comment on this. And in terms of efficiency, an effective committee structure where you have sufficient board representation and you send a recommendation to the full council is an effective way to tell citizens such as me, if you want to go there, hey, you had a chance at the committee, so now we don't have to listen to you for another 36 seconds, or in my interpretation of the Ninth Circuit, 3 minutes. And then, you're going to heard the comments. I agree with them in terms of item 43. And again, I hope you give more time to the gentleman and to the rest of the public that you're just really restricting. And this is a light agenda. What's it going to be like in the future where I have to, hurry up and worry about how am I covering the digital sign stuff? But so in the interest of efficiency, I yield back my time. Thank you. 15 seconds.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Debbie Manning.
Okay, good morning. Can you hear me now?
Much better.
Okay. First, I do want to thank Supervisor Turnbull for his year as serving as chair, and also welcome Supervisor Lane to chair. Also want to be complimentary of bringing back the zoning regarding the digital sign ordinance. Unfortunately, I somehow missed that. I must say that I'm totally kind of confused now too, because I'm going to comment before you guys discuss it, but that's another issue. Anyhow, what I would like to say is digital signage in El Dorado Hills and centers like Town Center and other retail hubs helps commerce because it reduces friction and increases discovery. It guides our visitors and our residents alike to our business faster. It promotes real-time specials when people are ready to buy.
Yeah,
and
Ms.
it turns,
Manning?
I'm sorry. Uh-oh, did I mess up
Okay,
again?
yeah, if you could just clarify which item you're talking
Oh,
about.
I'm so sorry. I'm
That's
so
okay.
sorry. Number 43.
Thank you.
You want me to start again?
You can pick up where you left off. We'll give you a little couple
Okay,
extra
okay.
seconds.
Well, it's digital signage. So digital signage also turns events into measurable foot traffic, which we know foot traffic in turns creates consumers and visitors buying from our local businesses. It also creates a consistent branded platform to spotlight local businesses and our chamber members while unlocking sponsorship opportunities that could fund community programming. In a car-centric, yes, I'm going to say it, in a car-centric community like El Dorado Hills, a digital sign is often the most effective last-mile marketing tool, right where decisions are made. Please reconsider your policy to ban all digital signs from El Dorado County. We are not a one-size-fits-all county, and we do want to carry the flag and we want to be business friendly. So let's help our businesses. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, and I heard a couple of questions regarding number 38, but let's just jump to item number 38. Ms. Dawson, if you'd read that into the record.
Item 38 comes from the Human Resources Department, recommending the board appoint Amanda Ershaw to the position of Chief Information Officer effective January 10th, 2026 at step 3 of the salary range.
Thank you, Kim. Good morning, board.
Good morning.
Welcome to our new chair, Brooke. I want to start out, before I get into HR's recommendation, I just wanted to give a quick kind of summary of what got us here. Shortly after the previous IT director departed the county, we conducted a recruitment to fill behind that position. We got pretty far along in that process. We actually posted it from December 9th of 2024 to January 7th of 2025. Went through the interview process, very competitive. We had a lot of applicants. And shortly before appointing someone into that role, the grand jury presented their report, had a lot of suggestions in there about IT in general and how the county should consider making changes to our department. One of their recommendations was that we should search for a CIO as opposed to an IT director. We took that recommendation and a lot of their recommendations to heart. So we stopped that first recruitment. We immediately went back and created a new job specification for CIO, County Information Officer. Launched a new recruitment in August of last year that produced 60 applicants. 39 of them met qualifications, so they advanced to the second phase. We took those 39 applicants. We sent their application materials to an outside rater, gentleman by the name of Hong Se. He's the Chief Information Officer for the city of Roseville. He reviewed all 39 of them, and he was able to narrow all of those applicants down to the top 5. We took those top 5 and interviewed them. Well, I should say we invited all 5 of them to an interview. One dropped out shortly before, so 4 folks were interviewed. And the folks on that interview panel were all internal high-ranking executives here in the county. And they came back with one top candidate clearly, and that was Amanda Ershaw, who's been serving as the interim head of IT for over a year now. A little bit about Amanda. She's been with the county, I believe it's her 19th anniversary today, in fact, and she's here. She can correct me if I'm wrong. She's got over 20 years of progressive IT leadership experience, a demonstrated success in enterprise IT governance, cybersecurity, project portfolio management, and cross-departmental collaboration, which is something that the grand jury strongly wanted us to look at. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you have. Amanda is here if you'd like to ask her any questions, but given all of this, Amanda is the top candidate, and that's Human Resources recommendation for you today.
Thank you for that, and thank you for explaining the process. Madam CAO, did you want to say something first before I open it up to my colleagues?
Sure. First, I can answer Mr. Bennett Cochon's question about the funding. What that's referring to is that the IT department actually allocates some of their costs for the countywide cost allocation plan. So that's how we recover funding through federal and state sources. So that's really all that's referring to. It's not deferring or putting anything off. We're just trying to be clear that it's not completely general fund funded. And then I just wanted to reiterate HR's recommendation, although Ms. Earnshaw, you know, she's changing her title today. I truly believe she's been performing in this role over the past year. I'm looking at the new job spec, and even though she's been technically interim IT director, she has clearly demonstrated a vision for formal IT governance, business relationship management, and project management. She's got a very strong background in that, and she's also demonstrated very, very good customer service skills with our departments, and I think they are going to really appreciate her leadership if the board chooses to make this formal.
Excellent. Are there any questions of my colleagues at this point before I invite Ms. Earnshaw?
Well, I pushed my button, so are we using the button?
Now we're using the buttons.
Okay, so I'm trying to follow
Thank you, Ms.
instructions.
Harden.
You're welcome. I actually don't have a question at all. I have a comment.
Okay.
That I fully support this. Agreed with what the CEO said and what the staff report kind of alludes to is I feel Amanda stepped right into the role in my mind and did not, I appreciated, hey Joey, can you move? I want to look at Amanda to see it. Sorry, I'm like, because I
Get out of
just,
the way, yeah.
I truly appreciate when the board took that pause based on the grand jury's report. I know that probably felt terrible because we were kind of moving full steam ahead and then we went, whoa, let's rethink this. And I was concerned it was going to really mess with your head, Amanda. And you did, you actually embraced, in my mind, especially we had one-on-ones, monthly one-on-ones like I did with the former IT director. And we talked about that. And I so appreciate, Amanda, you embraced where we were trying to go with this vision of the bigger thinking. You'd already demonstrated, I think I mentioned to you at the last IT presentation you gave where you're doing that 5-year, whatever it called, magical plan. You're at department head meetings trying to help everyone come together and be efficient, or what's the right, a better word is, but so that we're not duplicating, you know, IT systems that we have, because some IT systems can support several departments. And I think that that was something we were lacking. And so you're bringing that to all the departments and helping the county out with, and IT, you guys, touches everything. I mean, where would we be without IT right now? It's like water, right? You just can't do it. And also you started immediately reaching out and improving relationships, which is critical to success anywhere. So I am so happy to see this recommendation, fully support you. Keep in touch so that, you know, we can do whatever you need us to do to keep us as a county moving forward. Technology, the public demands it. I mean, you know, I think El Dorado County's come a long way in the last several years too with IT. So that's amazing. And happy 19-year anniversary. That's awesome. So thank you.
Great comments. Thank you, Supervisor and Supervisor Beerham.
Yeah, I appreciate Public Member Bennett's request about the questioning, A87 and the split and how you apportion salary and so forth is a little bit complicated. Sue, I think you explained it very well. And again, appreciate your 19 years of service for the county. Looking forward to many more. With that, I would make a motion to approve item 43.
Oh, I'll second it. I thought we were getting comments, but yeah.
There's a motion and a second. We'll
But I
take
do have a
discussion
comment.
on the motion.
Yeah, can we?
You can make comment now.
Of course.
I just want to thank Amanda for stepping up. You know, 19 years and keeping this county safe. This is the most important thing because there's so many things that are going on in our country and in the world today. And especially keeping us updated, what's going on, especially with AI and all the different programs and stuff like that we're kind of putting in place in the county. So I just want to thank you for your service and all the hard work you have done. And you deserve this position as far as I'm concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the comments. There's a motion and a second, but before we vote, Ms. Earnshaw, would you like to approach?
And Madam Chair, I misspoke. I said item 43. I think it's 38, correct?
It is 38.
Yeah,
You're right.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, board members. I just thank you for your comments. They do mean a lot. I am truly honored that you guys are trusting me in the role of Chief Information Officer. I took it to heart, the grand jury report. I want feedback as an IT department, we're always willing to grow, we're always willing to change. And to address one of the public comments, I definitely see the difference in this role, from director to chief information officer. And I really started that role after that grand jury report. And I look forward to really leading the technical strategic plan here for the county. And I'm excited to lead it. I could see it. And increase the collaboration and keep up the relationships. We are a service department. We want to serve our department so they could serve the public. And of course, keeping us secure. So thank you. Again, thank you. Truly honored.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're lucky to have you. Okay, there's a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Motion passes 5-0.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Congratulations, Amanda.
Congratulations. Let's go ahead and move on to our two publicly noticed hearings, and we'll start with item number 40.
Item number 40 is a hearing from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board to consider a request from the El Dorado Hills County Water District to adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution approving the updated fire impact fee nexus study and increasing development impact mitigation fees for the El Dorado Hills Fire Department. Supervisor Lane, can you please open the hearing?
Yes, I will go ahead and open the public hearing. Welcome.
Welcome. Good morning, Chair, Board. Tara Stout from the Chief Administrative Office. Today's hearing is to consider a request to approve an updated fire impact fee nexus study, including the revision of fees for the El Dorado Hills Fire Department. California Mitigation Fee Act allows for local governments to charge fees on new development to help offset the impact on public facilities and maintain service levels. Because special districts cannot impose these fees directly, the Board of Supervisors adopts and collects them on the district's behalf, using the nexus study and the supporting fee reports as the basis. El Dorado Hills Fire's current nexus study was adopted by the board in March of 2018, and it allowed for an annual inflation rate based on the percentage change from the engineering news record index costs. And the last time that your board updated the fees was in December of 2022. So with recent changes to the Mitigation Fee Act, it was effective January 1 of 2022. It requires all agencies imposing development impact fees including special districts, to update their nexus studies to meet the new standards, and then to continue to update those nexus studies at least every 8 years. So El Dorado Hills Fire Department, that's what they are doing today, is they're bringing their nexus study up to date, and they're meeting the new standards, which includes calculations based on square footage of the new development, clear explanations of existing and proposed service levels, and then extending the public hearing date to 30-day notice, which we have done. If approved, these fees will take effect in 60 days after today's meeting. And this concludes my presentation, as short as it is. If you have any questions, Chief Lilienthal is here, as well as Blair from the consultant that they use to produce the nexus study.
Excellent. Okay, thank you for that presentation. The way I'm going to try to do this is ask the board if you have clarifying questions of Ms. Stout at this point with regards to the information provided. We'll ask the chief if he wants to make some comments as well. Then we'll open it up to public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the board for deliberation and action. Okay? Is that all right? Okay, so are there questions of my supervisors? And let's see, I have to get used to this now.
Yes, you gotta move that thing.
Just one quick question. I just want the fee increases will apply to all future development that's not either currently conditioned or no development agreements?
Correct.
Okay.
And I know there was a question about some of the developments that are just kind of in the planning process. They haven't been entitled. Those were not taken into account to when they developed those fees. So there were a couple of them that were noted in there that they are large developments, but they are not entitled yet. So they haven't taken them into account, but they will be charged.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I don't see any other, I see.
Well, that just
District
made me
4.
have another question though,
Carlin?
which I had yesterday and I still, okay, so following up on that, well, So you're saying that they're not entitled yet and they weren't accounted for in the study?
They weren't accounted for when they calculated their revenue from the new fees. But if they start building, they will be charged. They will be
Right.
charged, but they didn't look at that when they started accounting for all their fees.
Okay, I'm just trying to, it feels.
It was a little confusing to me because there were certain developments that were called out. And
Right.
I think I can clarify based on the questions I had from supervisors yesterday.
Yeah.
So Supervisor Parlin, you had asked if similar to the TIF program, based on new developments being approved or constructed, if this Nexus study would have to be redone. And my answer to that was no, because it is a different methodology than is used for the TIF. So we aren't projecting out growth and building the fee based on a capital improvement plan based on that growth. It's a level of service standards-based methodology. So it just kind of, the fee is charged when growth occurs, and that should offset that new development's obligation for those to maintain that service level. And if no growth occurs, then no fee comes in because there's not an additional strain. Separate question from Supervisor Ferrero was one of the pages in the study which showed an estimate for planning purposes only of the fee that might, or the revenue that might be generated by the new fee. So it was really just kind of in the discussion portion of the study, and there were several projects excluded, and what they were excluded from was not the calculation of the fee, they were excluded from the estimate of the revenue moving forward. But as Ms. Stout stated, if and when those projects are entitled and built, they will be charged the fee.
Okay, so they kind of were considered in calculating the fee.
They weren't considered in calculating the fee because development.
Not in the revenue, I mean, actually calculating it, just saying this
Right.
is how much it's gonna be per square foot
They
or whatever.
weren't, so individual developments aren't, or future developments aren't included in the calculation of the fee. The fee is based on the current level of service, and an incremental cost is developed for each new equivalent dwelling unit. And so each one pays its own fair share as it's built. So it doesn't, the fee methodology doesn't rely on estimates of future growth or which projects will be built or not. And I hopefully, Blair's online, as Tara said, and he can, if I'm getting that methodology wrong, but so it isn't important to know what's going to be built in the future in terms of developments to develop this fee using this methodology. It's based on the current level of service and expanding that based on development as it scales.
I guess where I'm getting, man, I got the TIF fee down pretty darn good. Now this one just messed with my head. What I'm trying to understand is big developments approved, they're gonna need another fire station. When is the fee recalculated? Is that in here already?
It doesn't get recalculated because the fee would be charged to that new development should equal, when it's fully charged out, it should cover the cost of maintaining the current level of service, which if it includes a new fire station, the amount of that fee, if there's enough development
right
to warrant a new fire station, the fee revenue should be sufficient to cover that fire station.
Okay, and I guess it's concerning only because in the study, which it sounds like we all kind of try to get our heads around, said that, you know, the new fire station in Folsom, which would be a comp in the future, was $12 million. So it's just to make sure, you know, we don't want to do what we've done with roads and get behind collecting money is all. So, but I get it. Okay. If everybody here feels confident that we're covering things for the future, I'll go for it. Chief Lilienthal.
I don't see any other questions. Chief, welcome.
Yes, well, hey, thank you. Good morning. Happy New Year too, by the way. Just starting out, I really appreciate you hearing this item before you. It's important to us to keep up with new development and the impacts that are created. A new truck right now costs about $1.5 million and a new engine's $1 million. So looking back a few years, and it's almost double from what it was. So for the fire agencies, this is an important study for us just to keep pace with growth as it comes in and the impacts that are created by that. As far as technical questions, we do have Blair, our consultant, who I know you're familiar with and the county's familiar with. So he's here for anything super technical. It was just important to me to really thank you for hearing this, and really staff, thank you, and Tara and Sue and everyone being involved. As a fire agency, these are important that we have, and it's really important that we have that collaboration with your staff. And so I just want you to know they're great to work with, at least from an end user standpoint. We really appreciate them. So any questions from that perspective, I'm happy to answer, or technical questions, we do have Blair online. So.
Okay. Supervisor Veerkamp.
Yeah, so unfortunately or fortunately, I've lived this for years. And this document looks very familiar and I had fun going through it, except for looking at the cost of land nowadays in the western end of the county. Obviously, all those are figured in, Lori, as you're saying. Where we always struggled, but your consultant did a very good job, was breaking out the entitled versus what is projected. When something is projected, though, the department watches that closely because there may be a negotiation on land, maybe in the development, they're going to build the station. So that's where this report is flexible and is ready to be amended if need be. This is on the best projections that you have with the entitled. And if you look on page 47, it talks about built and permitted. So that's where that breaks that out. You use the unbuilt ones to project and divide into what the projected costs are for those impacts.
Right.
And that's where you come up with a fee. So.
And I appreciate you pointing out that you said flexibility, and I think that if you were to find in the future something's coming and the revenue's not going to cut it, then you would come back with a new nexus study of some kind, I'm sure.
Yeah,
So,
and we're watching the new development for us, especially in El Dorado Hills, super important. We are watching what's
Yeah.
coming and the impacts. There's a couple coming that we have our eyes on that if they have impacts, that's where we need to speak up early in the process and be involved. So we're ready
that's
for that.
perfect.
Did you guys get any protests, any in your board hearings?
No, and I think online, I believe you'll hear comment from Vance with the building industry. We did meet with them. I met with him. We were open in our process as required by the law, the public hearings and notice things. Plus our committee meetings. We had several committee meetings open to the public. So not a lot of feedback on this one came through, at least through our public conversations. I don't know what you'll have today, but we've been open and ready to answer questions throughout.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
And seeing no other questions, that's a good
My
entree
button is not
into,
working, huh?
is your here? Nope, it's not. Now
Oh,
it
There you
is.
go. Now it is. I didn't push
Oh.
hard enough. Come on back up. Mike. I'm sorry.
We need button tutorials.
Yeah, the
I guess so.
Button practice.
Well, the biggest thing is based on cost, and I understand where you're coming from, especially with a fire station, how much it costs a day, the materials and everything has gone up so much. It's even hard to even build a home anymore, especially a single family home. So, and I totally understand it because it puts you in a hard place too, especially when you're talking, just like you brought up, about how much a fire truck costs today. It's amazing. It seems like every year it goes up even more, 15 to 20%. So I kind of understand where this is. And it's basically based on cost is what it is to do business. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, let's go ahead and open this up to members of the public. Ms. Dawson?
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 40. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Welcome, Mr. Payne.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I just wanted to highlight this item for a couple of points. First of all, it's the law, and you have to take this action. Certainly, if you don't take this action, then you can be litigated. And we know that can happen. Even after 10 years or more, it can be litigated and it can cost the taxpayers a lot of money. In the end, the Nexus study is a way for the board to better understand the connection of the fees that are going to be required of the taxpayers, the developers, in this case, El Dorado Hills. But also it helps clarify that connection of the improvements that staff and chief has alluded to. And the cost of these pieces of equipment have gone up dramatically. So therefore, I think it is very clear to me, and I think it's clear to anybody listening right now, that this is extremely important and that your board will support it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public that would like to chime in on this item? Okay, seeing none, let's go online, please.
And now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Vance Gerard.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors, and Happy New Year. First and foremost, I want to thank Chief Lilienthal and his team for the outreach that they did conduct on this item, literally reaching out to us in between fighting fires, which is, speaks very highly to their work ethic. And as Chief Lilienthal mentioned, we did reach out late in this process to let him know that as my members have continued diving deeper into this item, we are raising new questions about the calculation method, and we look forward to having additional conversations with the district about that calculation method going forward in the very near future. That being said, I'm not asking for any type of delay today, but we are just acknowledging these concerns and our commitment to continue working with the chief and the district on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gerard.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Greetings again, Leo Bennett Cochon, District 5. I'm on the west slope, so maybe that's the hardworking body of El Dorado County, continuing my analogy from earlier. Unfortunately, where I pulled over is the tragic burn scars, and I think it's an appropriate place where this agenda came up. And I'm asking just for some clarification. Good questions about the Nexus study, the cost increase, but God forbid if we go into another recession and people are talking a variety of bubbles, what does that do to all these calculations if there's a need? And then on a radio show I was listening to, they commented that there was a recent study just released about how Myers did so well in its fire mitigation. And we can contrast that to the unfortunate experience in Grizzly Flat, and even more unfortunate what happened in LA County. And so, from my perspective, El Dorado Hills, it would be at great risk, just depending on a whole lot of uncontrollable variables, such as wind. And it also talked about the importance of not leaving any burn materials, which I've seen that is when I hike the El Dorado Trail, there's a lot of debris that's been cut and cleared, but it's just sitting there. And according to that study, that's potential fuel in certain conditions. So just wondering, it's all of this taken into account for what some would say is part of the economic engine of El Dorado County, El Dorado Hills, and what it generates tax base. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hello, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. I have no concerns with the fees and the purpose for them. I think some of my thoughts and consideration in this are with the building projects, the development projects that are potentially pending. Some of them for a long time. My understanding is that these fees will be taken when the building permits are pulled. I think everybody knows development plans have a lengthy process and timeline. And so I know some of it includes public facilities financing, where the information is put out. These fees then would have to be factored in by the developers, and ultimately, things are always passed on to the people that would be buying the homes. So they have to figure out if it's the right time to start building, and then of course what the market rate housing is going to look like. So I guess I would just say I understand the need for it, but overall, always be cautious about fees that we are imposing and or increasing, because ultimately all trickles back to the consumers and the citizens of this county. So I just advise caution on that. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Tara.
Yes, I'm going to try to make this brief. Let me get back to, can you hear me?
We can.
Yes, we can.
Okay, let me turn myself up. Great comments, you guys. Here's the thing. Boy, how do I say this? Um, Having a lot of institutional knowledge with the county, um, worked with a lot of great people in the county. I have a lot of respect for a lot of the staff. Many of them are not there anymore. But with that said, there was some sad uncoverings that I learned that we dealt with Band-Aids. We as the county, we really didn't have maintenance budgets, or we didn't have, which came as a shock to me because I'd worked with other local agencies and they had put aside a maintenance budget for roads. And this is what they had to spend for this and that. So, couple real quick comments here. Number one, when we do studies, there's a context or certain items that have to be done in that study. So I'm expecting this nexus to have, maybe it's already there, to put out what is going to be covered under this nexus. And I think it'll answer a lot of these questions that Lori put out very well is, what does it cover? When is it going to cover? How are the developers going to know? Where does it get passed on to? All of that kind of stuff, as well as at what is it going to cover? So getting back to my point, here in El Dorado Hills, I haven't seen one single grind and overlay in about 10 years. Excuse me, let me update that. 15 years. I've seen slurry seals. I've seen, slurry seals, which you don't do on this level of roadways. But with that said, we're not doing maintenance of roads down here. We're not doing that. So you guys are throwing these nexus studies to cover future development, and this money gets moved to do Band-Aids. I'll be honest, you hear from me because I've seen it. This is 5 boards now over a 30+ year period, and all I see from this county is Band-Aids. So I caution you to do this nexus study, but show us that are going to be watching where it's really going to be used, where the accountability is going to be. And these other items that we do have maintenance programs for our roads, for our drainage, for all of these things that are not getting covered, that we're just adding taxes to the residents of El Dorado Hills and all other areas of El Dorado County. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to my colleagues for further deliberation, questions, action.
I will make a motion
Please.
to approve the resolution approving the updated fire impact fees.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
No.
Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Sure. We'll take it.
Yep, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break and then we'll come back to do item 40 and hopefully we'll get through item 39 as well.
Hello? Chris?
Okay,
Chris?
we're going to go ahead and call this meeting back to order. Thank you for that small break. Mr. Turnbull will be joining us very shortly. We're going to go to item number 41. Ms. Dawson?
Item 41 is a hearing from Health and Human Services Agency recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution implementing an updated public guardian fee schedule. Supervisor Lane, can you please open the hearing?
Yes, I will go ahead and open the public hearing and welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, board. Chair Lane. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay. Thank you for having me. My name's Nathaniel Houston, and I'm the program manager for the Public Guardian's Office. In 2024, HHSA commissioned MGT Consulting to conduct a fee study for the Public Guardian Services. Last year, following our presentation to the board, we received direction from the board, and I'm here today to cover our completed actions and analysis. As a refresher, the Public Guardian's Office is appointed by the court to provide mandated services, and you had directed County Council to double check to see if those are mandated services, and they are. We're appointed by the court to act as a conservator on behalf of some of the most vulnerable clients in our population. Our residents that we serve are unable to provide for their food, clothing, and shelter due to either a mental illness or a cognitive impairment, such as dementia. There's two distinctions, or there's a distinction that I want to make between these two populations. With our LPS clients or our mentally ill clients, we receive funding from the state through the Behavioral Health Services Act. And with our probate clients, our cognitively impaired residents, we do not receive state funding for that. So we talk about unfunded state mandates. Well, that section of our population would fall into that category. The California Rules of Court establishes standards for determining just and reasonable compensation for conservators and guardians, ensuring that fees are fair and reflect the scope of services provided. In 2017, the Board of Supervisors approved the current public guardian fee schedule, which implemented an hourly billing model. The proposed fee increases with the MGT study recommends that we move from an hourly model to a flat fee model. The board directed Public Guardian to consult with the California Superior Court, Public Defender, and Public Defender to determine if there are any objections to the proposed flat fee model. We were to explore if the services were required to be provided with state funding, explore incorporating an annual consumer price index adjustment, and explore asking for a full recovery of extraordinary compensation, which breaks down to $156 per hour with 100% recovery level instead of $149 per hour with 95% recovery level. We completed our analysis and actions requested by the board with the following conclusions. We consulted with the California Superior Courts and the Public Defender to determine if there are any objections. And the courts and the Public Defender had no objections to our proposed fee structure and agreed to us using the full recovery of extraordinary compensation. We also consulted with our HHSA fiscal team, the courts, and the Public Defender about incorporating an annual consumer price index. And HHSA Fiscal recommended we use the United States Bureau of Labor Statistics Consumer Price Index. And the courts and the Public Defender's Office agreed to us including the annual CPI adjustment. Lastly, we consulted with County Council to see if our services are required to be provided with state funding. Pursuant to Welfare and Institutions Code 5352.5, Section D, conservator investigation services and case management services shall be reimbursed with mental health services state funding under the Short Doyle Act. Having said that, these services are required to be provided by the county, even in the absence of dedicated state or federal funding, as the statutory mandate is not contingent upon existing financial support. Having completed the board directives, we recommend the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign Resolution 004-2026. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gustain. Are there any, did I pronounce your name right?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Are there any clarifying questions by my colleagues? I don't see anybody except District 4.
So thank you for bringing back the follow-up information. When I read the staff report, I was a little confused though, because at one point it said that some services, and I think that was part I was confused about, could be reimbursed by the administrative money. And then but it still had this huge general fund percentage. So I did email Olivia Bynum to get clarification. She pointed out that the LPS
LPS, yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the probate cases are not reimbursable for that bottom money, so that's why the general fund is still gonna take a hit. And so I was wondering, have you seen or, have you heard from anyone anywhere out in the state of California, other counties, departments, you guys have listers talking about this burden on counties? It's only gonna grow, with the way, we're trying to address homelessness, health, all these things. Is there any look at like legislation to fix this or that?
Yes, I participate in monthly meetings with all the different public guardian offices throughout the state. And we actually have an association that lobbies the state to get additional funding. And every year we put in a request for additional funding, but it's usually denied.
Right.
But the effort is definitely there.
Okay.
To try to get more, and it is a statewide.
It is, and that's why I'm
struggle.
asking, because with this association, perhaps you guys could find a legislator that might want to help tackle this. You know, these unfunded mandates are just becoming so burdensome on counties in the whole state. So it's not just us, but, you know, we're part of that puzzle. And I think that if we could find a legislator that would take that on, you know, I know this board, I'm pretty darn sure would get behind it. Because we just can't keep affording to do these things without the funding.
Yep.
And when the state back in the day, you know, said, hey, counties, you're going to do this stuff, they really should have provided the funds to do so and to do it well. You know, we're doing it on a shoestring. That doesn't serve our residents that are in need very well. So thank you for all you guys do to make it work, but we want to be here to help advocate for funding, quite honestly.
I appreciate that, and I couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
Other clarifying questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open this up to members of the public. Ms. Dawson.
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 41. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Are there any members of the public in the room that would like to address the board on this item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and go to Zoom.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no public comment.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dawson. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing and I'll bring it back to the board.
Move.
For
Second.
a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go ahead and move back to the consent item number 7 that Supervisor Veerkamp pulled. Can we read that item into the record, please?
Item number 7 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign fiscal year 25-26 budget transfer, increasing appropriations and contributions to non-county government agencies by $25,775 using the transit occupancy tax special projects designation for the El Dorado County contribution to the fiscal year 25-26 Tahoe Transit Joint Powers Authority budget.
Welcome, Ms. Winters. I wanted to ask Supervisor Veerkamp, since you're the one who pulled this, do you have any comments you want to make? Or do you have
Yeah,
yours?
I understand that we are under an agreement, a JPA agreement, which was, I believe, voted on and ratified by this board in October of 24, roughly. And it did allude to a amount of money to fund in the future, which yet to be determined. We had discussion here at this board when we adopted our budget. And at that time, it was a $75,000 figure. And I believe we all in that budget approval, not all, 4-1, did not approve. Yeah, I know. And I fully get that and understand that. I'm not against transit. I'm not against this concept of a JPA, but we did agree to not fund it, and we did not fund some other items. This is a budget transfer and a budget that we didn't agree to approve, so that's my heartache and issue, and I will not be supporting it because of that. Now, I'm not opposed to reconsidering it as we move forward, and the agreement as well, but there are just some unspecific things there that are not clear.
Ms. Winters, welcome.
Good morning. I just wanted to give some background on the budget transfer itself. We received a letter the JPA approved our budget for the 25-26 year in October of this last year. Then we received the formal letter of request for the county share of it. The total budget was $77,326, with the 1/3 share being the $25,775 for the county. And yes, as we discussed in the 25-26 budget discussions, there was the startup costs that were requested from the JPA that the board chose not to approve in the budget. The city of South Lake Tahoe decided that it was important enough for them to pick up the county's share for those startup costs, and voted to approve that through their budget process. And this is just coming for the 25-26 budget costs instead of the startup costs.
Thank you for that. Other questions of the board at this time? Ms. Parlin?
You know, the shortcoming of the shortcoming of these buttons, just so everybody knows, is that they don't stay lit up, so we don't know that it's been acknowledged over there, where the old buttons would stay lit up. So that's why we're having a hard time with these buttons, that's all. Or at least me. You know, I share Supervisor Veerkamp's concerns. I always have on this item. I think I'm going to support it today, but I would like to request, direct, I don't know what the right word is, that the JPA give us a plan, because that's the one thing I think that I know I personally was asking for when we had this discussion in 2024. We want a plan. We want to know what we're obligating ourselves to. You know, budget times right now, generally speaking, just about everywhere you talk to folks, we're all struggling. And, you know, you designate your priorities with your budget. That's what you do. And at that time, we were told not to create new programs. So I think the timing was totally off for, you know, creating this JPA without clarity. So I am going to support it today. I appreciate this amount is far less, but I still have concerns. Like, where's the plan of what we're talking about? Is there opportunity? You know, I keep hearing it called seed money. That's cool. Can we get it back when you guys do get your up and running and you get your funding mechanisms figured out? I totally get it. Because I think that we just have a lot of questions about this. And I know that the JPA has only been in existence for just a little over a year. So I think at some point we need an update, just like we have with the SPTC one or SJ, whatever, one of that one. Thank you, Capital Corridor. There's so many JPAs we're part of. But, you know, that was a really great conversation because we got to ask some questions we're always out there. We didn't have clarity. I think we need that on this, you know, where's it going? And so I don't know if we can direct a JPA to do that, but we can ask it, correct?
Sure.
Okay.
Absolutely. And one of the reasons why I wanted to try to get this item before noon is because our executive director for the JPA is online.
Okay.
Miss Hillary Roverud, who you heard from before. Would you like to direct that question to her?
I could do, or yeah, I'm sure she's listening, so maybe she can just respond.
Yep. Ms. Dawson, is there a way to bring Miss Roverud in?
Thank you, Supervisor Parlin. Again, this is Hillary Roberud. I am the Executive Director of the South Tahoe Transit JPA. The JPA Board, I believe it was in February 2025, last year, did put together a plan of goals and priorities. At that time, the JPA Board was really interested in investigating the potential to put out a request for proposals to determine whether private operation of some or all of the transit services in the South Shore area would be more efficient than the current model. That effort was kind of teed up to start, but then the member agencies did not fund the startup costs for the JPA. So the JPA did not want to incur the cost of staff time and effort to put together that RFP. So the Transit JPA didn't meet for several months. Then there were conversations with the South Lake Tahoe City Council that desired to keep the JPA intact with the hope that El Dorado County would also participate in order to continue that united effort to advocate for better efficiency, more service, additional funding, all the things it takes to improve transit services. So at that point, the JPA board did meet in October, put together this fiscal year 25-26 budget. That is a very slimmed down budget, knowing that the requests for funding are challenging, I think, for all parties, given the variety of priorities you guys are juggling. So the scope of the JPA that is expected under this particular budget is to hold quarterly meetings and continue those discussions to have aligned strategy for moving forward on those goals to improve transit. The next scheduled JPA board meeting is for the end of this month, and that is when we will kind of revisit those goals and priorities and reshape them to fit within this more slimmed down scope, I'd say, for the JPA. Even though it's a slimmed down scope, I don't think that it reduces the potential for the JPA to really play a significant role in advancing those priorities and improving transit that the board had originally envisioned. I don't know if that answers your question. I think certainly the JPA board would be open to, after refining those goals and priorities, providing those to the member agencies, both the city and the county, and even regular updates if that's desired.
I think that would go a long way with this effort. And I'm just going to throw it out there. There's days where I get really confused because I try really hard to, I get a lot of newsletters from a lot of different places, and I do get several Tahoe newsletters. And one of them, the whole thing was about all the different opportunities for transit up in the basin already. So that kind of made me scratch my head and go, so why do we need this other effort? So I do think that needs to be, what are you guys doing that's different, that what's already out there? Sounds like the others are working great. Because I see people on social media even saying, oh, I use this shuttle or whatever. So it's not clear. And I understand, I totally get with Tahoe and the basin, you guys have 2 states and 5 counties and how many cities, within your, so it is very complicated. And so, you know, maybe what this is trying to do is to pull all of those efforts together. It's just not clear. And, you know, the county does want to be a good partner, but we also want to know what we're getting into, because I think sometimes in the past we haven't done that well enough. So I hope, Hillary, that makes sense what we're asking for, and we'll massage it as we go. So thank you for being online with us. I really appreciate it.
Yes, understood. Thank you.
Mr. Turnbull.
Yeah, I just got a problem with this too. You know, we've talked about this in the past, and we had that meeting that was in Tahoe. This is basically brought up to us. Right now, with everything that's going on, you know, with the budget issues and things like that, I just need more clarification. And I don't see that. I'd like to see more clarification before I even support this particular item.
Okay, so I want to back up just a little bit and remind this board how we, the city of South Lake Tahoe, and myself as representing that area got to where we are. You know, there's federal funding that is based on population. And El Dorado County has we split the money two different ways. So a lot of the money goes to the El Dorado, help me with the acronym, El Dorado Commission.
The Transportation
Commission, which all of you sit on. And there was an agreement that was started back in 1970 between the city of Placerville and El Dorado County to create this transit authority, the EDCA. And I sat on that board for a little bit of time. Thank you, Ms. Parlin, for letting me do that, because it helped me to understand what we're doing down here. But it's that transit authority that actually gets money from the EDCTA, which is kind of similar to TRPA for us / TTD. And you give that funding to them to actually run transit.
Yep.
In the basin, what's been happening for a few years, many years, I would say 2 decades, is our federal funding goes to the Tahoe Transportation District, and the Tahoe Transportation District has been very controversial in how they've spent the money. And we believe that that's starting to change. We really believe that the creation of the JPA actually put a lot of pressure on TTD to hear what we're trying to tell them, which is we do not feel that transit on the South Shore is supporting our residential needs. And in fact, this is a very important piece of information to know, in the unincorporated part of the county in the basin, there is no transit. So even though some of our money is going to TTD for transit, we're not even seeing it in the unincorporated part of the county. And El Dorado County and those 2 agencies that I just mentioned, they also, rightly so, this is not a criticism, but they don't provide any transit in the basin. So as a result of us getting frustrated with their spending the money that was actually allocated for California transit on non-California transit, in some cases assets, they were buying buses with our money. We kept raising the question with TTD, what are you doing? And we could not get them to change. And so we created this JPA, and lo and behold, they're starting to change. So the JPA is intended to not just improve transit, as Ms. Roverud said, but in the case of the county in the basin, create transit. We have none. We did a survey of the residents in the unincorporated part of the county. How far would you be willing to walk to a bus stop? What are your needs? What would you use it for? And we got 600 responses, and 85% of them are like, we desperately need transit. So this JPA is helping us create that. $25,000 request is not, it's a lot to the JPA. It's a very small amount when you look at the El Dorado County's history of who they've supported over the years. Since 2009, $500,000 we've donated to the, for lack of a better word, Capital Southeast Connector, the Sacramento Placerville Transportation Corridor JPA. Over $500,000. We've been supporting them since 2001. So I'm asking for a little bit just to help us get on our feet so that we can make a difference in the basin, because it's not happening at this current time. So I really would like for all of you to really think hard about what we're asking for. It does require a 4/5 vote of this board for this to go through. So
Oh, thank you for pointing that out.
yeah, it's an important, this is really important to us. And it's very minimal in light of, the fact that we have $1 billion budget. And this is coming out of special TOT tax. So there's a nice nexus there. And I would really like to ask for your support. I think we're going to need it for a couple years, 2-3 years. And then I think we'll be up and going. So for those of you who are on the fence or have said you don't like it, could you just help us stand this up so we can prove to you that the money will be spent in a good way? There you go. Are there any other questions of my colleagues or action that you'd like to take on this item? There was one public comment that was sent by the Tahoe Chamber. I hope you all had a chance to read that. I hear you grumbling
Well,
over
I'm reluctant. I agree with all of you. I think I'm willing to support it though, for another year or so.
Yeah, and I think as long as, in my mind too, we need the
Have some
constant
metrics.
updating and understanding of what's going on, where you headed. The impact on TTD is interesting. I hadn't heard that yet. And so, and I'm just going to be cautionary also, and I know this sounds like a doggy downer, but on surveys, people say they'll take public transit, and what we found is they don't. So, because my recollection is we actually had to, down here in one of the more, populous parts of the county, had to cut a route because the folks in El Dorado Hills said they really wanted it, and then they didn't use it. So just a cautionary tale on residential. I think that the touristy shuttles and stuff, critical, because tourism is killing the beauty of our county. And so those are two different things with two different approaches. So maybe we need to do a deeper dive on that too. And I'd be more than happy to talk to you offline on thoughts and all that. So just saying.
That would be great. Mr. Veerkamp?
Yeah, I really feel bad. I want to help, but just given what I know, I've sat on the Transit Authority for El Dorado County for 8 years, now back on it. I'm a representative of SACOG as well for us. SACOG had the 4 regional transit provider CEOs present to them, and transit funding is in deep trouble. And I just, again, given our budget complexity and where we're at and what we discussed yesterday, knowing we need to fix a few more things, we still have an open, agreement with one local and some other potential issues moving forward. I know it's a very small amount. It's a gnat on a, you know what, but again, we agreed, most of us agreed, and our budget priorities at this time were to do such. We took it away from other chambers. We took it away from the wagon train. We've obviously heard that numerous times.
Mhm.
Maybe we should institute the wagon train again. We get transit. There is a El Dorado County transit bus that goes to Tahoe and comes back down. Now that's not,
Well, it's an Amtrak bus that El Dorado County operates, but that's an
so
Amtrak.
at this time, I can't support it, and I'm very sorry because I wish I could. I think the concept is always right, but seeing the results of transit, and this is why the major transit agencies are in trouble, the funding is not going to be there moving forward.
Well,
And the outlook is not good.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's right.
What we're trying to do is stand this JPA up so that we will be eligible to receive the federal funds ourselves.
Right.
And back in 1970, when the city of Placerville joined in a similar JPA with the county, the rules were very different.
Sure.
As a matter of fact, you started out as a not-for-profit, and it wasn't until the 90s when Caltrans said, hey, El Dorado Transit, you can't be a nonprofit and receive federal funding,
Right.
that they then made that change. So it's a different day. We're just trying to stand this thing up so that we can be eligible to get the federal funding to support transit that we control ourselves, and we can get some, I
And I
appreciate the
I s-
cautionary tale,
Yeah,
but
I sympathize with that, but the message from those 4 transit CEOs was the federal funding is going away. So I think you got a large hill to climb. I want to try to fix some things here at the county that we desperately need to do. So, and I'm, again, very sorry. I'm not saying it may not be necessary. I don't know how we want Tahoe to be blue and we want this and we want that without a transit system, but we ran a transit piloted for Apple Hill and got that crammed right back down our throats because, again, it didn't work very well.
Did not work.
So I have that experience, unfortunately.
Yeah.
okay. Any further discussion and or a motion?
Item 7, I'll move to approve item 7 as written by staff.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? Well, obviously, I will second it.
You will.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No?
No.
Okay,
Motion does not pass 3-2.
so, I'm getting tired of doing this because we did sign a contract. And so we are now in breach of that contract, not once, but twice. So I think that there should be some direction to staff to bring that contract back or reconsider it, because right now, we have an agreement and we're not funding it. And part of the agreement is to fund it. So I'm at a throw my hands up in the air. I don't know what you guys want to do.
Well, I would suggest that we do bring that back and we discuss any possible way to do anything different with it or get out of it. Because I don't want to send a long-term message that we're going to do it without having something. And that's what, when I looked through it, made me think this isn't really clear on what, why, when, and where. So that's some of my angst, but I would certainly say we get back to a discussion about it and let us as well talk to the EDC TC. And I don't know, but again, given what the report was to SACOG about transit funding moving forward, and maybe there's something else that we're missing, but I'll be willing to look to wherever I can as well. Because I think Tahoe's a special place. It's very environmentally protected, and there should be something for it to help almost put our money where our mouth is to protect it. We saw all the forest restoration money that certainly went into the area that nobody else was getting. So to me, there should be some of that possibility. And like I said, I think I said it before too, I'll look wherever I can.
Well, I'll of course say.
I'll bring it up at SACOG as well. That maybe there's something that they know that we've been missed, but it wasn't discussed at the last meeting we talked about it.
Well, it is definitely disappointing, but I do want to thank the city of South Lake Tahoe because I think they've been a tremendous partner in this. When we didn't fund them last year, they could have thrown a fit.
Yeah.
I think I threw a fit, but maybe not publicly. And they gave us another shot at it. So a tremendous amount of kudos to the city for being a leader in this. And the Tahoe way is when one door closes, we look for another door. So we will do that, but it is very disappointing. So on that note, I would like to ask my colleagues if you would go into closed session for one item number 4. We think it'll take like 10 minutes and then we'll break for lunch. I'll give us a 45-minute lunch. Does that work?
Totally, yep.
Okay, and County Council, did you want to pipe in?
Yeah, so just to make a public announcement about that, the board will recess into closed session. There are 3 closed session items on the agenda, items 2, 3, and 4. At this current time, I only propose hearing item number 4 with the remaining items later in the day.
Perfect. Okay. All right, we are coming back from a lunch hour and also closed session. Mr. Livingston, do we have anything to report out?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board heard item number 4, and there is no action to report out.
Okay, great. All right, so this is open forum. Open forum is a time to comment on any item that is not on today's agenda. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to express their comments, and we will first take comments in the room. Ms. Dawson.
We are now taking public comment on open forum. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Colombo. Hi.
Linda Colombo, District 2, George Turnboo's district. I'm reading from Paradise by Lizzie Johnson. We're on chapter 16, and just to let you know, we only have 80 pages to go, so hang in there. A few Chico police officers were slouched over their deli sandwiches at the command post at Butte Community College when Jeremy Carr noticed them. The 31-year-old volunteer chaplain understood in that moment that the devastation that lay ahead was greater than he could have imagined. He didn't have the practical skills of a detective. Rather, his role was to represent comfort and even to non-believers. To let firefighters and police officers know that if they wanted to talk, he was there. His specialty was not disaster, but the aftermath. On Friday, November 9th, the day after the campfire sparked, the command post was frenzied. More than 5,000 firefighters had arrived from as far away as Missouri and South Dakota. Their throats burning with every inhale. The air quality index registered pollution above 500, 10 times higher than the level considered healthy. In San Francisco, the smoke was so oppressive that simply breathing was the equivalent of smoking 8 cigarettes. Carr made the rounds, checking in with the first responders. Who has the worst job here? Carr asked himself. Who is the most likely to be traumatized? The campfire was already historic, having nearly wiped out the town of Paradise off the map in only 4 hours. The true extent of the damage, however, remained unknown. Soon, Carr would join a search and recovery team tasked with looking for the dead. It was unrelentingly sad work. Tragedy, Carr knew, turned the human experience inside out and forced people to confront realities they never had to in times of prosperity. Carr believed God had called him to this job, though at first he hadn't understood why. 10 miles up the mountain, much of the town was ash from the downtown corridor to the country lanes. The campfire had incinerated more than 18,800 structures and everything inside them, including local history museum and its heirloom dolls. A 54-pound plaster replica of the Dogtown Nugget, nor did the fire spare what was alleged to be one of the world's most valuable gemstones, the Belize Emerald, which people said was stashed in their home safe. In Paradise, 95% of the commercial buildings and 90% of the homes, about 11,000, were all gone. Another 3,000 houses had been leveled in Magalia and Concow. The death toll, a number complicated by how little remained of the victims, rose and fell according to what the workers could infer as they sifted through homes and vehicles. By the end of the search, though, it would stand at 85 people. Thank you.
Thank you. Other members of the public present?
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors, General Maldi, President of Local 1. So over the holidays, I spent time reflecting on the past year, and I'll be honest, for a minute, I thought we were finally turning a corner. When we worked with HR on the retirement incentive, it was collaborative, it was respectful, and it showed what's possible when the county treats employees like human beings instead of like line items. But then December 9th happened. After the 504 salary discussion ended, the microphones in this room captured comments before the break saying, I couldn't sit here and listen to that anymore. I hate being caught on the spot. Caught on the spot? That wasn't on the spot. That was on the record. And what that hot mic revealed wasn't frustration with unexpected information. It was frustration that you had to sit here and listen to people tell you the truth. Because nothing about this issue was sudden, nothing about it was surprising. Employees and the public have been raising these concerns for months and in many cases years. The only thing that changed is the people finally showed up in numbers, and you couldn't ignore that easily. That's the problem. This board increasingly acts like public comment is an inconvenience, not part of the job. And when employees speak up, the response isn't accountability or urgency, it's annoyance. So when I say actions speak louder than words, this is what I'm talking about. The county and this board will pat yourselves on the back for saving money by delaying negotiations while employees fall behind and county services take the hit. Then you sit here and act irritated that you're being asked about it. If hearing employees speak for 2 minutes is exhausting, try living the consequences every day. I'm not here today with some big ask. I'm here to say we see it, we heard it, and we're not going away. And here's the basic expectation that shouldn't need to be said out loud, but apparently does. Treat employees and the public with respect, even when we're saying things you don't like.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Cook Smith. I guess my comments are about your rules regarding comments. I guess I would wanted to begin with an apology in essence to suggest there are times when I've taken up your time in ways that turns out to have been avoidable. Like, for example, a few months ago, I launched my passion about historic preservation, and it turns out that my information was based on incomplete data from an office that handles those matters. And if I'd known that, I and the El Dorado County Historical Society could have avoided wasting your time. So that happens. And I can imagine how frustrating it must be for each and every one of you, because you put in tremendous amounts of time reading volumes of information, talking to all kinds of people, and then you hear from us. So let me give you another side of that coin. Sue Rodman is a resident of Placerville. She's a former Forest Service employee. About a year ago, she went to the city council, as she often does, and makes comments. It was to tell them that there's 5 or 6 roads in Placerville that are blocked off by fences, locked. It doesn't take much of imagination to remember that campfire. Those people were incinerated in their cars. She brought that to their attention. It's amazing because the fire chief is there, and those roads are marked on his wall in the fire department. But she brought it to their attention. They took it seriously. 6 months later, they passed legislation that ended that. So you can only imagine the kind of catastrophic consequences. It all happened because someone made comments. So I know that sometimes it can be difficult, a representative government, one that we say is of, by, and for the people. But this is a process where you go through and you hear from representatives. And it isn't always pretty, as someone said about democracy, but it's a way where you reflect the idea that you're listening. Now, we know you are. We know that you, if only the public had any idea how much time you spend, they'd know. I guess lastly, I blame my parents because I was very small, first grade, and my parents carted us off very early in the morning when I'm in the first grade to go hear General Eisenhower and to run for office. Why aren't we supposed to be in school? I asked my mother, and she said, no, this is part of your education. And that message is that listening to government, participating in public debate, whether reading letters to the editor or that mindless escape of Facebook, whatever it is, that's part of the republic. That's part of democracy. And that's what I'll love you anyway, whatever you do, but I just thought I'd share that with you.
Thank you.
Hi, Caleb Armstrong, Nonprofit Construction Corporation. I got a phone call this morning from an organization. We applied for funding for up to $2 million for Grizzly Flats, and happy to say that's up for review today. It's exciting. Secondly, we've been added to the volunteer organizations active in disasters. So that's right alongside American Red Cross, Salvation Army. We're listed on 211 now. I'm kind of hoping, I know there's not many opportunities for local government to assist nonprofit organizations, but with being added to the VOAD, it seems that it would be possibly prudent to have an organization or a committee of organization members. I know not everyone's a fan of subcommittees or that in general in El Dorado County. They're helpful, they really are. When a room can be a room, an empty room, right? And that room's just hollow as is. But when certain people step into those rooms represent something, like this room. It represents a lot. We have all of our supervisors here. So when those people who are knowledgeable step into those rooms, that's where we see action change. You see representatives from American Red Cross, local community organizations such as myself, Salvation Army. Those are where those like minds come together and solve problems and issues. I feel like the 7 Ps, proper prior planning prevents piss poor performance. And no one could have even fathomed what happened with the Caldor fire or other fires that happened in our region. We assisted 2 community members in District 4 who were taken advantage of by predatory contractors, and in District 2. By having that long-term committee together, being there, having a plan for saying, hey, these are our arsenal of funding opportunities to assist and alleviate local government and streamline rebuilding, makes it more viable for our communities to rebuild quicker. They will avoid abandonment. They'll avoid blight. We'll see less economic disparities, and we'll be able to create equity back for families. We'll have a much more solidified response. I've spent 2.5 years researching funding opportunities, and I've created one of the few organizations that is a pass-through between FEMA public assistance and charitable work through the community. We're an anomaly versus other organizations. And that's part of the reason why we were added to the VOAD. So please consider it for a agenda item, possibly for your next meeting, that, hey, it might be good to have these VOAD members work with OES, just get them in the room and see what happens. Thanks. Other than that, I hope you guys have a good day. Happy New Year.
Thank you, Caleb.
Board, blessed 2026 to you all. Congratulations, Chair. Lars Knudsen of Pollock Pines. I'm going to challenge our county. Maybe this is the year we deny ourselves and really seek, humble ourselves. It says to humble ourselves before the Lord and he will exalt you. We're in a time in America right now of a great shaking, but that which is not shaken shall remain. So my prayer for our county this year is that we all do a self-check. I have to check myself every day. One of the prayers that I do, love not the world, neither the things that are in the world. If any man loves the world, the love of the Father is not in him. For all that is in the world, the lust of flesh, the lust of eyes, and the pride of life, it's not of the Father, but is of the world. And that's something every day that I have to check every day before I go to bed and before I wake up, so I can go out filled with God's truth and bring truth to people. Look what's going on in New York City. Then said Jesus, that is 1 John 2:15, 16. Then Jesus said unto his disciples, if any man will come after me, let him deny himself. Every day I have to go, Lord, I need to get out of the way. Humble yourself before the Lord. He will exalt you. For whoever will save his life shall lose it. Whoever will lose his life for my sake shall find it. For what is it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Or what shall a man give in exchange for his soul? And I'm just going to ask everybody for 5 seconds, just check our hearts so that we can get filled with peace, love, and truth. And even in disagreements, we can love each other. I can say assalamu alaikum to people that are lost. I used to be lost. I can say shalom to people that are lost. We've all been lost. 50 seconds to go. Jubilee. Hallelujah. Isaiah 58, 1 and 2. Cry out loud. Don't hold back. Raise your voice like a trumpet. Tell my people their transgressions and the house of Jacob their sins. They seek me day after day and delight to know my ways, like a nation that goes what is right and does not abandon the justice of their God, Yahweh. They ask me for righteous judgment. They delight in the nearness of God. God bless.
Thank you, Lars. Are there any other members of the public that would like to address the board in open forum at this time? Okay, seeing none, may we go online?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from London Litza.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we
All right.
can.
All right. Yes, London Litza. I'm in Veer Camps District. Good afternoon. I just wanted to address the structural problem in El Dorado County that goes beyond any single case, the reliability of our civil court outcomes. Statewide, California civil appeals follow a fairly consistent pattern. Roughly 15 to 20% of civil cases that are appealed are reversed. That's the normal range when trial courts are applying the law correctly and appellate review is functioning as intended. El Dorado County does not fit that pattern. Most civil cases from this county never receive meaningful appellate review at all. Appeals are disproportionately dismissed, defaulted, or denied without a written opinion. As a result, many trial court errors are never examined, corrected, or even explained to the public. But when an El Dorado County civil case does survive those filters, when it's fully briefed, argued, and results in a published opinion, the picture changes dramatically. In those cases, reversal rates jump to approximately 60 to 75%. That means when appellate courts take a hard look at El Dorado County civil rulings, they find serious legal error at rates up to 3 times higher than the statewide average. This is not a coincidence. It points to systematic problems in how civil law is being applied at the trial level. Compounding this problem is the role played by county council. Rather than acting as neutral legal advisors or guardians of constitutional boundaries, county council too often operates as an aggressive litigation arm of the county, using volume, intimidation, and procedural pressure to overwhelm its citizens. I have been a victim of this myself. Many residents experience county council not as defenders of the public, but as institutional bullies, relying on being the loudest voice in the room rather than the most legally and logically sound. When government lawyers use their position, resources, and proximity to the court to suppress civil rights instead of protecting them, errors at the trial level are not just accidental, they are reinforced. This dynamic discourages meaningful challenge, deters appeals, and helps ensure that questionable rulings remain insulated from review. Our current judges include many whose background is not in civil litigation. Civil litigation is a fundamentally different discipline. Civil cases require rigorous application of procedural rules, evidentiary standards, jurisdictional limits, and constitutional protections. Errors in these areas do not just affect the parties, they undermine confidence in the entire justice system. When a county's civil cases are rarely reviewed, but frequently reversed when they are, this is a warning sign. It suggests that improper rulings are being insulated from correction, not that the rulings are sound. This board should be concerned about what this means for citizens who rely on the courts for fair, lawful resolution of disputes. Accountability does not end at the court doors. A justice system that cannot withstand review is not delivering justice. It is delivering unchecked power. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from concerned citizen. Concerned citizen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon. I want to return to what Supervisor Lori Parlin admitted on the record at the December 9th, 2025 board meeting, that she personally took a complaint from a neighbor and then directed county council to pursue enforcement action against another private citizen, rather than advising that neighbor to contact the county through normal channels. That admission is not abstract. We have her own written words. In an email sent from Supervisor Parlin's official account, she did not simply ask staff for information. She instructed enforcement action. She wrote that code enforcement had been encouraged to work with the neighbors to physically see and confirm the violations, and that physically verifying is critical, and that should be a top priority for enforcement. Those are her words, quote, top priority. She went further. She instructed staff to, quote, reach out directly to Roger Runkle, Deputy County Counsel, if you have questions about what is required to gather irrefutable evidence in a case, end quote. That is not neutral oversight. That is not policy direction. That is a supervisor personally steering an investigation, directing enforcement priorities, and invoking county counsel to help build a case against a specific private party based on a personal neighbor complaint that she had received. Supervisors are not investigators. They are not prosecutors, and they are not permitted to use county counsel as an enforcement tool against individual citizens. What makes this more troubling is that on December 9th, Supervisor Parlin did not deny this conduct. She confirmed it. She openly acknowledged that she took the complaint and directed county action herself. That is abuse of power. When elected officials bypass standard complaint channels and personally direct enforcement against specific citizens, due process collapses. Enforcement becomes selective. Public trust is destroyed. This board should be deeply concerned that this conduct occurred, that it is documented in writing, and that it was later admitted publicly at a board meeting. The remedy is accountability. Supervisor Parlin has demonstrated that she cannot separate constituent pressure from lawful governance. For the integrity of the new year, she should resign immediately. The public is watching and the record is clear, and this issue will not be buried. Supervisor Parlin should resign immediately. The public will continue lawful, documented scrutiny of her conduct through public records, testimony, and oversight, and we will continue bringing this to the public's attention via comment and social media. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Cochon, District 5, and actually calling from my home in Pollock Pines. I'd like to first commend you on your process and congratulate this coming year's leadership team of Chair Lane and Vice Chair Ferraro and Second Vice Chair Vierkamp. I think it's a great team. It's got a deep bench and look forward to hopefully 3 years of stable, citizen-oriented leadership. I would urge you to direct staff, as you can do with an open forum request, to come back to you with some options to create a true written policy concerning public comment. You have heard that the public is extremely concerned as well as agitated, etc. And I have done a deep dive, feel like I've done my due diligence, talked to a lot of wonderful folks who were very transparent about the good governance workshop, which unfortunately is not documented in video and the minutes doesn't really give you a sense, but they gave me a good sense. I watched the video where the policy that's in place came up. I'm also reviewing what's going on in Tahoe, and we're all confused. And I just think it would merit a staff report, good discussion, ending up in your policy manual concerning board meetings. You only have 3 items in them. 2 of them, H1 and 2, were last revised and adopted in 2012. And then the last one, consent calendar, in a similar discussion brought to you by the public, was adopted in 23. It was to be revised in 27, but you moved it up. I think public comment is important enough, enshrined in so many appellate court decisions, Brown Act, etc., that it merits a written policy in which you can look at all the other examples that have been given to you, many different ways to achieve compliance, public cooperation, engagement, and achieve your overall purpose, which is to honor members of the public, respectfully allow input, and maybe even open it up a little more and have 2 open session forums in the morning and at 1 o'clock like now. But I do think we benefit from hearing the presentations and not being restricted to 36 seconds as I would have been today if I had commented on all 5 items. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, Eldorado Hills. So I sent an email over the weekend on Sunday specifically about the consent calendar and the comment changes. And so I was informed by the clerk of the board that actually attachments like that do go into open forum, a Legistar items opened afterwards. I actually never knew that, so I like learning something new. So those comments will be there, but I wanted to follow up because I'd also kind of mentioned it this morning, the idea that if an item is pulled, do we still get comment? And then also from the all other agenda item things, my understanding from the November meeting, it had been implemented as a way for people that may not be part of the meeting the full day to be able to provide some input. My concern had been that then maybe public comment wasn't going to be done specifically on that agenda item because there would be other people potentially attending or that would be able to respond. Just like what the last caller said, it's helpful to hear the commentary and the discussion that happens. It makes us more informed. I think all of you know I'm kind of focused on details and facts. Those are important to me. And I like trying to leverage them if I have input to be able to look to use. So an example came up with agenda item 7. There was a lot of very robust discussion. And there was no public comment taken because apparently that was supposed to be done before when nobody knew the discussion you guys were going to have. I will say that one of the comments that was made was that the JPAs weren't funded, and so the South Tahoe JPA shouldn't either. That's inaccurate. So originally in the budget cycle last year, the Southeast Connector JPA had been questioned, but then on September 23rd, there was a meeting that all 5 of you voted yes to fund $55,000 for that JPA. So sometimes we can provide helpful information, but ultimately I agree. I really think that you need to take a look at revising how you're going to have the public engaged, because we should be an informed public and we should be able to offer our insights and perspectives to your decisions. And it seems like I'd been hopeful that this would change would be good, but if it's going to stay this way, then I don't think it's helpful for us or for you. So I do appreciate your reconsideration of how today was run and make improvements for comments in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Andrea Brannon.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I am number 4 under Lori Parlin. The last 2 speakers I agree with completely. If Lori was putting stuff out there because of a neighbor that gave information, well, that's Lori's job. And I don't see any reason why she shouldn't do that and why someone would call for her resigning. I think that we all have First Amendment rights. And if people who are working for us, who are our representatives, aren't going to listen to our voices, then we have a problem. So I'll keep it short. But yeah, I just want to support the idea that we, the people, get to speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, thank you everybody for participating in public comment. We will move on to our 1 o'clock time scheduled. Item number 42 first, please, Ms. Dawson.
Item number 42 comes from Planning and Building Department, Code Enforcement Division, recommending the board receive and file the second-year update on the Code Enforcement Amnesty Program and provide direction if necessary.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board, Madam CEO, County Council, and congratulations, Chair Lane, for becoming the chair. Oh, okay. My name is
Thank
Nicholas
you.
Hewer. I'm the acting code enforcement supervisor, here to provide a second year update for the code enforcement amnesty program. A little background, the amnesty program was adopted in 2023 by the board for certain types of qualifying code cases, and the board had requested after the first year to return and present our findings. Last January, the Board of Supervisors approved the first year update for the program and directed the staff to explore expired permits, data construction options, and what other jurisdictions are doing for implementing the program. The same program eligibility is for the parties that are subject to an open code case due to unpermitted work that was completed by a previous homeowner without their knowledge or disclosed during the escrow process. We still have the process for the building department. If someone comes and self-reports, they're not charged that additional code enforcement investigation fee. Some updated findings you'll find in the staff memo. We've had 42 property owners request amnesty. 23 of those cases have been approved, and currently we have 3 property owners that are pursuing permits. We had 13 cases total now that have not been approved. Still have 7 property owners that are outstanding, waiting for more information back from them. 2 cases where the owners decided not to pursue that, and another case that's still pending more information from those property owners. Challenges and opportunities. It's always difficult when the new cases involve a new code case and then it's discovered something was unpermitted. But my staff, myself, we review our old cases and new cases to ensure that if someone is eligible for this program, that we get them that information and we get them signed up and rolling through the process. Part of the amnesty program comes with waiving those code enforcement investigation fees on permits. Since inception of this program, we have waived $12,568 in code enforcement investigation fees for those permits. And there were cases that were fines were associated with these amnesty cases, and a total of $159,100 was waived for those property owners there. We have a review committee, so for our fines and in all of our code cases, and it's been really helpful in the amnesty program as well to figure out if it was eligible at that time and whether those fees are waived or greatly reduced to benefit the county as well as the property owner. We still conduct our pre-site inspections. The only change with that this last year was the fee update. So that fee is now $148 for the pre-site inspection. And as long as the property is found to be safe from health, life, and safety issues, we'll issue a certificate of compliance and also steer the owner into the permitting process so they can be done with us and get their structure or whatever they need to properly permitted. So we also help with the sale of properties that have a code case and are in the amnesty program. We'll work with the realtors, we'll work with the title companies to get that recorded notice lifted and have the purchasing owner, the new owner, sign an agreement, understanding that when they do purchase this property, a new case will be opened, a new recorded notice will be filed on the title, and still the same process of giving them those options and working with them to get whatever they need permitted. So we've done 6 site inspections that have been completed, and a property owner has corrected the health, life, and safety issues on those properties and come into compliance for that. The inspection forms that we use are for the health, life, and safety, and this has also helped us with our ADU program that'll be rolling out here in the spring. So there's benefits all around to the whole entire division. In regards to the accessory dwelling units, the state legislation for the ADUs continue to evolve. Hopefully it's slowing down now. We can roll out with that program. It was anticipated to roll out last spring. There were some changes with AB 2533. So we're waiting for the building department to catch up on that permitting process before we rolled out with our program and notifying property owners that have unpermitted ADUs. So we still continue to help the property owners throughout the county, maintaining their quality of life and reducing the stress of having a code enforcement case on them. And I can say that my staff and myself, we're really hands-on and get involved and steer the property owners in the right direction. Great building staff, permitting teams that all contribute to coming up with a solution for these property owners. As far as the questions from last board year for the data construction concerns, we haven't seen any concerns with, knowing when the structure or the house was built. Most property owners are very familiar with it, or we can look at Google Earth and it's going to fall whether it had a permit application or plans or got through any type of inspections. It's been fairly easy to determine when the structure was built. Other jurisdictions, a lot of their programs were short-term, as far as 1 year or 2 year. Others have a sunset date, and one, Alameda County, is in like 2027. I don't see a need to put a sunset date on it. It's something's always going to come up, get dropped through the cracks. So continuing with that, with our program the way it is, and it's become very useful. Expired permits, we have been checking on expired permits, especially with notice of noncompliances filed. Reviewing those expired non-compliant permits, seeing if the property the owner that took out the permit, or if it's a new purchase, and then rolling it into the amnesty program, and also helping them get that permit reactivated and finalized. So that is all I have. If you have any questions, direction? Thank you.
Excellent. Well, I want to thank you for being here and for your presentation. And I can certainly say in my short time with the county, I've noticed such a turnaround in code enforcement, and you've been a big part of that. So thank you for that. Good work.
Well, thank you.
I do. I have some questions. Guess what? I looked up at my little panel here. Supervisor Parlin, will you start us off?
Oh, sure. Thank you so much for the report, Nick. We were wondering if it was going to work out the way we had hoped when we were pushing for this. And it sounds like from what you're telling us, it is. And so I agree with you. No sunset should be put on this because these are going to be popping up for all eternity, quite honestly. My recollection, these are intended for when somebody buys a home and there's something they purchase unknowingly that the seller didn't disclose. So I don't see a way that will ever sunset. So I agree. Hopefully though, this will, now everybody knows that we're looking at these things and trying to be helpful and get everybody into compliance and I think did we end up reaching out to the realtors at all as an industry? We had talked about that to kind of help us with transactions, that was something we talked about, I know.
Yes, and we work with a lot of the title companies on a regular basis and frequent, contacts. And so they're very familiar with making sure those disclosures are correct. And yeah, it's something probably reaching back out again at least once a year, checking out the Realtors Association to just, hey, we're still here. And, they're doing a great job with pulling permit histories with the building department. So that's I've seen an uptick in that as well.
Oh, that's really good to hear too, because we were hoping that kind of like catch it before it happens instead. So thank you for that. And then did you say you're going back and looking at older ones? Because we've only been having this program for a year or so.
Yeah.
So are you going back and looking at some cases to see if they qualify and people didn't know, or?
Yeah, as part of those officers' reviews, they'll regularly check those types of things. With permits, we're getting more familiar, digging deeper into cases, able to spend the time to focus on, how this case started, if it's an older case. And the officers are really great at looking at those things and finding different avenues. And, when it comes up that they would be eligible for amnesty, they're bringing attention to the owners. They'll send in an application. And so, yeah, it's part of our regular review process as well.
Awesome. Okay, good. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Oh, and then the other thing I wrote down in my notes was that, one of our concerns with code enforcement as a whole is finding resources to help folks, make those improvements or whatever they need to do to get into compliance. Have we found that we have resources to send people to, or is that something that's still kind of we're struggling with is hard.
As far as just where to find the information, whether it's going to Sage, looking for an engineer, geologist, draftsman, we'll send them those resources. We have a great ombudsman, a liaison in our apartment that we direct them to that person, and they navigate that process with them and see what they can do.
Okay. And this could be something that we tie closer with the housing task force, even maybe, because we keep talking about that too, that there's residents out there, residents, like meaning the house, that need work on them to stay livable. And we don't want to lose, especially mobile homes. That's a big one in our county, the mobile home parks. And so that's something I think Housing El Dorado was starting to work towards, is building a program for that. So just make sure that that's another resource we can connect people with.
Absolutely.
So good work. Thank you. I feel like we'll hear what everybody else says, but I feel like it's doing what we intended. So that's kind of nice, and appreciate the update.
Thank you.
Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Nick. It was in the house that was in my district. He was the fifth owner of the home, and he had no idea that a lot of the stuff that wasn't permitted, he had no idea. And the thing is, this is why we adopted this amnesty program, to help a lot of these people that had no idea what took place in the past, especially when this particular home was built in the early 70s, and look at it as 2024 now. And then he had all these fines that was put in place on him, and he had no idea of any of that stuff. So I appreciate all your hard work, because this is a great program. I wish we could do more for this program. I think we need to go back a little bit, I personally think, and look and see what other cities and counties have adopted, maybe that could be even better and help us even more.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm not seeing any other comments at this time, and so thank you again. This is a receive and file, and I didn't hear any new directions, so I think we can take off from there.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Here.
No.
No.
Okay, we're moving on to item number 43. Ms. Dawson?
Item number 43 comes from Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, Long Range Planning Unit, recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution of intention to initiate the process to propose amendments to Title 130 of the El Dorado County zoning ordinance regarding digital signs and other related topics as needed.
Welcome, Planning and Building.
Oh, thank you.
You guys are intimidating. You're here in numbers.
It looks like a briefcase or something too. I mean, come on.
Business.
Kim, if we could go ahead, if you don't mind running the presentation. I think there are 4 slides. Perfect. Well, good afternoon, Chair and Board of Supervisors. Again, this is Tom Purcell from Thea Graybill with Long Range Planning. This item before you today is a little different. So staff is bringing this item today forward to address unanticipated concerns with digital signs associated with the county's 2025 sign zoning ordinance amendments, which were in Chapter 130.36 of our zoning ordinance from just last year. Those amendments were, so if the board elects to approve this ROI, staff will be requesting guidance to revisit the recent sign ordinance update on specific issues that the board wants to address in a proposed update. So I'll begin with a brief background, potential issues to discuss or consider, and then conclude with staff's recommendation. So I will note that this zoning ordinance ROI is not typical. Staff will be requesting specific feedback and direction from your board on individual items as we go through the presentation. But since questions are welcome at any time, but since this presentation is only 4 slides, if it is the board's pleasure, staff could go through the presentation outlining the questions and the type of material that we're looking for specific feedback, and then we could revisit any item as needed. So if that is the pleasure of the board, I'll just go ahead and go through the items and concerns and pieces as we look to look at it. So based on the community feedback since recent adoption of last year's zoning ordinance amendments for signs, staff will be seeking specific feedback and direction on number one, whether this board wants to keep the new countywide digital signs ban in place as is currently written, or if the board wants to remove or modify the digital signs ban, what regulations should be considered to ensure digital signs meet the needs of our communities, but also minimize possible impacts. And there are different ways staff could look at that if the board did want to revisit that existing ban on most digital signs. Next slide. Previous slide. Thank you. So just by a bit of background for the folks that might be new to the several-year history of our recent sign ordinance update, just on September 16th of last year, the board adopted amendments to Chapter 130.36 of the zoning ordinance for signs. Those amendments included language banning digital signs with limited exceptions after the Signage Ad Hoc Committee, which was formed in March of last year, recommended the ban on digital signs to the board. Based on feedback since the rollout of the ordinance changes since last September, which included feedback from representatives of the El Dorado Hills Town Center East Plan Development, the digital sign ban was too narrowly written and inadvertently banned digital signs that were desired in the county. As an example, the Town Center East Plan Development planned for an update to their sign program, which would improve the sign appearance by relocating temporary community event or banner signs at their development entrances. They wanted to update those by relocating them into new architecturally compatible digital panels to provide updated information about community events and services. Town Center East also desired to include architecturally compatible digital directory signs, which would not be visible from adjacent roadways, basically to provide tenant directories to the current occupants of the center. For folks to be able to find them. That was included in a preliminary digital sign program that they have been discussing with the county. As these proposed signs would no longer be allowed under the new digital signs ban, staff wanted to take this opportunity to check in with the board in general on their overall preference for digital signs and a direction to move forward. Next slide. So this slide covers some basic issues that staff request the board to consider. If the board should direct staff to revisit the existing ban on digital signs, these are some of the issues where staff will be requesting specific direction. I'll just go over some of those in general. The first question is, how should digital sign technology in general be used to minimize impacts, including message changes? For example, should message change time be changed? After additional research, I found that existing regulations in all but one jurisdiction in California are less strict than El Dorado County. We're the second strictest jurisdiction in the state in terms of change time for digital signs. So most jurisdictions have similar, less restrictive requirements than our existing regulations. However, we found that Yuba County does allow for less frequent message changes, not more than once per 12-hour period. And our existing regulations allow a message change no more than once every 8 seconds. So, I mean, the staff wanted to see if this board wanted to revisit our current regulations there. Also, are there any concerns about brightness or light spillage? If that was a concern by this board, how might those concerns be addressed in an ordinance update? Now, existing regulations do require automatic brightness adjustment within each digital sign based on ambient light conditions. So where digital signs are still allowed, or where they were previously allowed under the previous ordinance, They do have, digital signs are automatically required to adjust for ambient light conditions to not be more than barely visible above current conditions. And that's already in the code now. So we want to revisit that. Also, should there be restrictions on sign placements or location? As an example, potential changes could include a ban on digital signs visible from US Highway 50. Again, with the complete ban, that would not change unless this board wanted to revisit some more specifics. We could also allow interior-facing digital directory signs if they are not visible from a public roadway. As examples, Butte County requires digital displays to primarily face adjacent roadways. Down in Sacramento County, they do prohibit digital signs, but they allow exceptions for regional shopping centers or sports complexes. So again, they've addressed it in exemptions rather than the ordinance as a whole. Another piece is, should there be restrictions on size, type, height, or number of signs with digital content? In general, I found staff found that other jurisdictions in California do not have additional restrictions for signs with digital content, but new restrictions could be proposed in this case as needed. As an example, the ordinance update could allow larger sign areas under a uniform sign program on a case-by-case basis for purposes of removing temporary signs or banners and consolidating the messages into a single digital sign to improve neighborhood aesthetics. And that was as it was contemplated for the El Dorado Hills Town Center East. So there could be narrow exemptions if this board wanted to revisit that for uniform sign programs, which are done for purposes of consolidation. And staff do have several examples of temporary signs that could be placed into an architecturally compatible, fully lighting compatible digital panel instead of having posters and banners be installed and reinstalled at that same location. As another example of what staff or feedback that we are looking for is what should be the appropriate permitting process for digital signs. After research, all other jurisdictions did require detailed design oversight for digital sign, and most required a site-specific discretionary sign permit in front of a public hearing body. Typically, those were a conditional use permit or a planned sign program. So as an example of a possible change, the ordinance update could require a uniform sign program for all non-exempt digital signs. So for example, if there was an additional carve-out for uniform sign programs for the examples I previously stated, those could all require to be added or updated to a uniform sign program. And in our current county ordinance, a uniform sign program is only allowed by a discretionary plan development. And so that would always be a public hearing item or a publicly available item. That would not be ministerial or building permit. It would always go to that public process. So those are just some of the detailed questions that staff would be looking for clarification on this piece. But to summarize, staff is, last slide, please. So staff is looking, if the board should wish to make updates to the current sign ordinance, that the board should direct staff to initiate the process of amending Title 130, the zoning ordinance as needed, to update the county's regulations through for digital signs through approval of this ROI before you. So that concludes staff's presentation, but Thea and myself would be happy to answer any questions for sure.
And if possible, we can always go back to slide 3 if you need that for reference.
Okay, perfect. We'll hold on that for right now, but when we get to that section, we might call that back up. Thank you for that option. Are there questions of clarification? It looks like Supervisor Parlin.
Man,
If this were that Jeopardy game where, you have to.
button. And I always think that I'm being so chill waiting. I'm not.
You're in.
So, yeah, thanks for bringing this item back. I appreciated Debbie Manning calling in this morning with her comments. That was really helpful. Director Garner gave me a heads up that this was coming and kind of how we got here. So I drove by Town Center, on the El Dorado Hills Boulevard entrance specifically the other day just to see what we were talking about. And yeah, they have and Debbie, don't be offended the way I'm going to say it, but they just have this, looks like PVC pipe thing with a banner up above the El Dorado Hills, or town center sign and everything. And I'm like, well, that would be totally appropriate to change that to digital, right? So, but then my concern was, and so I think you guys kind of alluded to it maybe, is like, we don't want to say everybody on the planet can have a digital sign in front of their business or, on every strip mall, and we don't want them flashing, and we don't want them to be distracting, because I think that that's one thing that El Dorado County doesn't want to be. You start heading down in Sacramento, they're all over the place. You get to the Bay Area, you cannot not see these flashing signs at you in the messaging. And it just, to me, I think we could be different than that. But for what, they have an existing sign there, and they change it probably, I don't know, monthly or weekly for these big events in town center. Totally makes sense. So I like the idea of the 12-hour, it can change once every 12 hours maybe, or 24 hours or something like that, because in my mind, we're trying to create something for a very specific need. I like the idea of maybe it is smarter to make it case by case with a permit, it gets public review, so the public can show up and say, oh yeah, that totally makes sense. That's going to look fine. It's not going to be distracting or whatever. I think that's totally appropriate too. So I would like to go ahead and pursue this. I think it's a smart thing to do. And I think this might be a county council question, but I'll start with Tom first, maybe, yeah. Because my recollection from signs is always that we can regulate the size of them, where they're placed, and the manner of it, but we can't regulate content, correct? So everybody always needs to remember that.
We nodded our heads,
Yeah,
yes.
sorry for the public that's listening. They're big head nodding. It's
Yes.
always, we can't regulate the content, and therefore always got to keep that in the back of your minds when we do these things is what's going to go up there, and does it need to change that often? And probably not for the entryway sign for events. The directory one, I totally get that too. There must be a way, because if you have a directory and a business comes and goes, you want to be able to update it easily. That totally makes sense too. And those are more internal anyway to, some kind of a plaza or whatever. So I don't actually see a problem with those, as long as, I guess we do, you know what? I shouldn't say that, because if we say they're okay to have directories, then they'll be everywhere. And then people will say, oh, it's a directory, not a digital sign. So I guess if we're going to do directories, we do have to make sure that we hunker it down to be really clear what it is and where it can go, right? So, but those are two great things that we weren't told there was any interest in that the first go round. It happens every time we update an ordinance. So this is nothing surprising. Thank you for bringing it.
Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, some of the biggest comments that I have, you all right?
Okay.
No, that's okay. The biggest thing is some of these digital signs are just actually, it's distraction, especially like you're going to Folsom, the one that advertises the car dealership that's on the left-hand side, and when they flash and
Awful.
and what it does, it takes, your mind goes there and your brain goes there. And the problem is a distraction, especially when you're driving. So that's one of the biggest concerns that I have. In different places, like El Dorado Hills, the CSD, I think that would be a perfect place for a digital sign there. My personal opinion. I think Greg will agree with me on that one. I don't know if he will or not, but
No, we already approved that. I think.
yeah, exactly. But some of these particular places, I think it's a good idea that we look into it a little bit deeper and stuff and see, and we can just plan ahead to make sure that it fits.
So it sounds like you're more willing to maybe have certain locations that these
Exactly.
signs might be more appropriate as
Right.
opposed to other locations.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Supervisor Flores?
Yeah, thank you. So I obviously supported the ordinance, and then literally within a couple weeks of us approving it, it came to light that Town Center wanted to have digital signs.
Yeah.
And to Lori's point, they're putting, they're advertising their events with PVC and banners. And for a shopping center like that, that's an economic engine for the county, and one of the top visited shopping centers in the entire region. It's a little, the banners are a little adolescent, I would think. And so we're thinking, what an ideal spot for these banners, or for the digital signs. Town center management was very, they weren't happy with this ordinance at all. They saw it very restrictive. And looking at it, you know, specifically for the town center, I want to back up a little bit. I think we should have a permitting process. It should be evaluated case by case. Town center is just one location, and I'm in full support of what they want to do. But I'm sure there's going to be other occasions that come up within the county that it might be applicable also. In your situation, there's relatively or no, probably it can't be seen from the freeway. There's no residences around there where it's going to be shining in the homes. Like I said, they've been using banners. And I think it would be an ideal opportunity to allow these signs for the town center to, you know, to advertise their businesses and events as they come up, especially through the summer, because every week there's a different event. And so, yeah, but I do think, you know, that it is restricted at a county level. We permit it, has to be evaluated case by case, and there are restrictions on size. And the size, I don't think we should do a shotgun a generic size. I think it would probably be more applicable to determine the size based on the location. And same with the sequence of the timing of the flashing lights. I don't think anyone wants to sit there and look at a sign that's flashing every four seconds or so, but you know, every hour or 12 hours, you know, we can determine that at a later date. I would really appreciate the support on this to initiate the resolution of intention to be able to relook at this and make some exceptions, or provide an opportunity to make exceptions for the digital signs being allowed.
Supervisor Veerkamp.
Yeah, I would agree with everything that's been said. I think it's something that we talked about, but probably didn't get to this level of detail. And I think we should pursue amending Title 130 to meet the needs of our business community.
So the comments go ahead and kind of answer question 1 and 2 that you asked. So do you want to go on to that slide and see if we can give some guidance on some of the other direction, or do you want that much at this point? Do you just want to know that you're going to go back and?
Would it be helpful to, am I on?
When it's red, you're on.
Would it be helpful to have a post on a shared screen of the board's direction from today, so that any points can be clarified in public? Would that work? I don't know if there's someone that wants to share a screen to make sure that we capture all the points.
We like seeing it if that's possible.
My notes are rough, but I will show them.
While they're working on that, I'd like to maybe just add a comment. Certainly hearing the concerns about trying to develop some type of case-by-case discretionary process, but just by way of background, the prior revision kind of shifted in the other direction, moving things out of a CUP and a discretionary approval process into more of a ministerial approval process, largely because the lack of objective criteria can create those kinds of the message-based issues that Supervisor Parlin referenced earlier. So I just wanted to acknowledge that I understand that that's something that you are interested in seeing, and it's something that we'll explore. But just as a matter of setting expectations, I just want there to be an understanding that it may be challenging to build in that type of case-by-case discretionary process, given some of the constitutional restrictions we deal with signage. So again, not to say it can't, we won't look at it, but I didn't want to, give false hope that we given to some of the concerns that were expressed in the prior revision.
Understood.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just for further clarification, today we're just being asked to approve this ROI, and then staff's just taking what they heard to kind of draft something. once we
Exactly.
approve it.
Yeah, I know. I probably didn't even need to make that acknowledgement now, since
Yeah.
there is still, this is the start of the conversation,
Yeah.
not the end. There's going to be lots of opportunities, but I just didn't want anyone to leave the meeting today without an acknowledgement that there may be some challenges on at least one of the items that you seem to be interested in
Okay.
exploring.
And then my thinking would be that, like, maybe at our monthly one-on-one meetings or something, you guys can give us updates as you go, so that it's not all at once, maybe, to make it, I feel like those go better when we have often, or frequent, sorry, wrong word, frequent check-ins along the way. It just seems easier, better.
Definitely. So I have up here just the notes that I took. These aren't actually going to be, this is the direction that we're going to follow based on my notes.
You're capturing the
Right.
thoughts
What
at this
our
point.
comments were, yeah.
Do you want to specifically go back to like the way you presented the PowerPoint where item number 2 was with regards to frequency? Do you want to have a little discussion around that specifically, or do you feel you have enough information based on these notes to bring something back and we can have a larger conversation then?
Well, I think staff is looking at the broad answers for sure, because I think that the specific feedback would be enough. For example, if I was writing the ordinance, to go ahead and plug in what I found from other jurisdictions and your jurisdiction today, your direction today. I think staff are looking for specific notes on the big questions. The first one being, does the board have an interest in revisiting the digital signs ban? Short answer is yes. Then the second point of that question would be, which approach would best sit with the board, which would be to revise pieces of the ordinance throughout the whole document, or to take an approach of tweaking the exemptions. And it sounds like, based on the limited information that may need to change, it might be cleaner to just add some pieces to the exemptions, for example, and still retain, to the extent we can by law, discretionary case-by-case review. For example, if it would meet the test of law, staff could propose some exemptions for digital signs within an approved uniform sign program that is discretionary and does require a plan development application to go before a hearing body. And that would be for any new signs or amended signs. We could include digital signs in that USP. That would require a discretionary review. And then, under a requirement for a discretionary uniform sign program, we could put some guardrails, if you will. When such signs do such and such, are not visible from US Highway 50, will be interior only, will not, and we can provide, I think, some of the framework for how those USPs, uniform sign programs, would have to look at those signs if that would meet the objective criteria we need.
Thoughts?
This is the thing that makes this difficult, is we can't control content, because I would love to say, town center, you guys want an event sign. Well, we can't do that. We have to say, you get a digital sign and this is where you can put it. And these are the parameters. We can't say what they put on there. Not saying town center would do anything bad, you guys. I'm not trying to say that, but now I can see every gosh darn little store or strip mall or whatever saying, well, I want a sign also. And so, is that where we really want to go when our intent is to accommodate this town center with their event promotion? I mean, that's really what that kind of stuff I think we all agree on. It makes sense. So I don't understand, from what you guys are saying though, how can we tell others they can't have one if we can't say anything about content?
I think we've discussed this at length internally about how to best deal with this situation. From my personal opinion, I think location is the way to try to tackle this as best as we can. And so, to some of Supervisor Ferrero's points, like, this is in an area that is not next to residences. It is highly popular, there are many people that are going there and shopping. Exactly. And so, maybe and I don't know if that's going to be the only way to deal with it, but it might be the cleanest. We'll figure out, I think. Anyway, there's more work for us to do, but I think we have the direction that we need to move forward. We know that you guys like the ban, and you want some exceptions to the ban, and we just need to fine tune those exceptions, I think, is what we're hearing.
For example, we've done this under the previous ordinance update. I was working with long range planning in 2015 with the initial comprehensive sign update. And at that point, we did look at signs in different regions of the county objectively. And one of the criteria we could use is community regions versus non-community regions. So if we were to use that community region criteria, for example, as a location base, then would that get us as far as we want to go? For example, if we kept it within those community region boundaries, which is where we have the commercial and multifamily projects, El Dorado, Diamond Springs, El Dorado Hills, Cameron Park, Shingle Springs, that would help restrict from commercial properties or others that might want a sign program outside of community regions.
Yeah, I think it's going to have to be far more specific than that because community regions have actually a lot of rural areas in them. Hate to say it, Tom. Well, you know that. Come on. You and I've been doing all this for a long time. So, but maybe it could go by the commercial square footage size or something. That would eliminate a lot of places in El Dorado County. So you guys are going to have to get creative and put on your thinking caps. But it feels like everybody wants to definitely pursue this. And so ping us often if you have questions. That's what I got.
Yeah, I think that's good.
Yeah, and just,
Go ahead.
yep, I would hope that the approval process is not something that's gonna,
Yeah.
drag on for months either, so just keep that in the back of your mind, something that we can, do expeditiously as possible.
Are you talking about future sign approval, or are you talking about this package?
Future sign approval.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, both. Yeah. No, future sign approval.
Okay, perfect. Then I think would be appropriate to take a motion and have an official vote on this.
Make a motion that we approve.
Thank you,
Second.
Mr. Turnbull. Thank you, Mr. Farrar. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Keep on that public
Thank
comment.
you so much. This is
Yep,
good
thank you.
stuff.
Thank
Guys,
you.
Appreciate it.
Correct.
No, there was this morning. Debbie Manning called
Yeah.
in this morning.
Okay, we're going to move on to item number 44. Ms. Dawson.
Item number 44 comes from Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, Long Range Planning Unit, recommending the board review the options offered and provide directions to staff on resolution of intention to initiate the process to propose amendments to Title 130 of the El Dorado County Code zoning ordinance and the land use and housing elements of the El Dorado County General Plan to rezone 2 parcels owned by Mr. Kurt Dixon.
All right, welcome back.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Just going to wait for Kim to pull up the
Okay.
presentation. Thank you. Okay. Hi, Chair, Board of Supervisors. My name is Thea Graybill. I'm with the Long Range Planning Unit. Here today with me is Rob Peters. And I'm here today to present a resolution of intention to initiate potential zoning ordinance and general plan amendments to rezone 2 parcels owned by Mr. Kurt Dixon. Mr. Dixon wants to develop 2 parcels and build single-family homes. However, the current general plan use designation and zoning do not allow for low-density proposed, the low density that's proposed. This is otherwise known as downzoning. In May 2025, the board directed staff to draft an ROI and return to the full board to consider this ROI, which is always required for staff, LRP staff, to initiate a zoning ordinance amendment. Staff is recommending the board review the options offered in the Legistar text provided and provide direction to staff on the ROI. I also just want to note that long-range planning, our unit is involved because this is a potential county-initiated zoning ordinance amendment. Our unit gets involved in any county-initiated zoning ordinance amendments or general plan amendments. Next slide. So I want to start by providing brief background information on the 2 parcels owned by Mr. Dixon. The properties owned by Mr. Dixon are located in the community of El Dorado. Both parcels are outlined in teal, if you can squint and see on this slide. The APN ending in 032 is the parcel on the top, and that is 1.2 acres. APN ending in 034 is the parcel on the bottom, and that is 2.2 acres. The current land use for both Mr. Dixon's parcels is multifamily residential, MFR. The current zoning for both of the parcels is multi-unit residential, RM. Both parcels have been identified in the county's current vacant lands or sites inventory, which local jurisdictions are required to prepare and maintain pursuant to Government Code Section 65583A3 to meet the county's Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or RHNA, for low and very low income housing units. Next slide. There are several key issues with processing this potential general plan and zoning ordinance amendments. First, there were no mapping errors nor any inconsistencies that county staff must remedy for Mr. Dixon. The county's targeted general plan amendment and zoning ordinance update, otherwise known as the TGPA-ZOU, which I've gotten surprisingly good at saying, did not change the land use designation. The TGPA-ZOU consolidated two zoning types, though. Limited family residential, R2, with multifamily residential zoning, which created the multi-unit residential zone, allowing parcels to be developed at a minimum density of 5 units per acre. And this was to encourage more multifamily development. So there wasn't a new zoning created. It was the TGPA-ZOU modified what could be built on the two parcels. And Mr. Dixon purchased these parcels after the see, I jinxed myself. TGPA-ZOU, process, and staff made those modifications. So I also just want to clarify that, on mapping errors, county staff does take ownership over those mistakes. If there's anything that we, oversaw, didn't made a mistake on, essentially, we take ownership over that and we try to remedy that. And usually in those circumstances, the county will pay to process those zoning ordinance amendments or general plan amendments. That is not the case under this circumstance. Second, the second issue is that downzoning the parcels from RM to a residential zone allowing single-family development likely conflicts with state law and the county's general plan and zoning ordinance. Third, the county could run the risk of an inquiry into the county's housing element from the State Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, given just the likely conflicts with state law that I've discussed. Next slide. So staff is recommending that the board provide direction to staff on the ROI based on the two options offered in the Legistar text. The first would be to approve and adopt the ROI to initiate the general plan and zoning ordinance amendments on the parcels. This option, again, likely conflicts with state and county law and policy, as mentioned previously. And I just wanted to flag would require LRP to just reprioritize our projects and could delay other board-directed LRP projects currently in process. The second option is to not approve and adopt the ROI. Under this option, Mr. Dixon could submit a project application with the same request and pay for the county to process the application. So with that, I welcome any comments or questions from the board, and thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Turnbull, do you want to get us started?
Yeah, I want to get us started. If you look at that map, can we pull that map back up, please?
Sure. Kim, do you want to do that, or you want me to do that?
All right, if you look at the adjacent for this property, if you look at the one narrow part of that one parcel that looks like it's, it's barely even wide enough, that's the parcel that I used to own. And that was the old post office in El Dorado at that particular time. And then it was Sugar Lilies that was in the back. The problem is that particular road right there, these people, the adjacent to that property, they have a lot of weddings and everything, and they're parking on the street. You can't get a car or even a fire truck through that, especially when they're holding these events. So I got to ask you a question. When we put this in place, were we just looking at arena numbers, that we could get our arena numbers into the county up when they looked at different parcels? Or did they even go out and even inspect the property, that it would be even adequate to put this in place?
So maybe I can take that question, Rob Peters with planning. Unfortunately, none of us sitting here today, or quite frankly, mostly in our office, were in that proceeding or part of that action. What I will say is that in 2012, the Board of Supervisors adopted a methodology for rezoning and general plan designations. And included in that was all properties within the R2 designation went into this multifamily residential. So it was a wholesale fix across the board. I don't believe that they did property by property investigations at that level that you're speaking of. But I can tell you all of the properties that you see east of that also became multifamily residential because they were previously that R2 limited multifamily. The densities, quite frankly, in the southern part of that across the street are reasonably the same as what a multifamily general designation would be if you did like single unit detached, not like apartments, but maybe like, duplexes and things like that. But I will say that it was more of a wholesale change than an individual on the property. They weren't measuring roads, I don't believe.
Well, the biggest thing is North Street, let me tell you, it's not, anybody parks on that road, you can't get through there. I know that because I've owned that parcel, and I parked the truck. I had to pull it inside that parcel because there is no way nobody could get past my dually. I'll tell you that much right now, my truck. And can you imagine a fire truck to try to get through that particular area? So those three parcels at one time was one parcel. They split it up in three. And if I remember, it was the old Nielsen property at that particular time that owned all three of the parcels, which the one white house sits on that middle parcel, the old two-story. And what has happened is they split it off, is what they've done. But the thing is you got to take in consideration that particular road, because if you build multifamily homes in this area and there's something, how are you going to get out of there? It's already a problem. Now, there's a letter that was written by Rafael Martinez. And it's a letter to Mr. Dixon stating the fact is, it says, it would not know more about the limitation of parcel limits, project development, please contact the El Dorado Planning Department. He even says there's a problem with this parcel.
I just want to make a quick note, and then, obviously Raphael is here.
Raphael come up, and talk about it.
But I do want to note that just roads would be reviewed as part of a proposed development, and it would be expected that there would need to be some likely road improvements.
Well, obviously, I want to say something before we go there.
Sure.
So there must have been a problem with these parcels that nobody could build on it because maybe the fire department didn't even approve it, correct or not? Or how long ago was this? You said, what was it, 2012?
Yeah, I was just making reference to the methodology that was used to make the general plan amendment zoning ordinance updates that happened in 2015. So the board adopted this methodology that said, for these types of scenarios, we're going to go this direction. And so I guess I was saying it was more global than it was, your question was about, did they look at like the roadway widths in this area? I don't believe it was done to that level, to answer your question.
Okay. All right.
But that was the methodology that resulted in the TGPA ZOU and and there has been lots of discussions over time about, the things that were done well in that exercise and the thing that weren't. But, we are sitting here today with what has been established. It was a multifamily general plan designation since 2004. So it was, but the allowance for a single family residence on those lots was changed. And that was the big, I think, dynamic change here.
Okay, all right.
Can I speak a little more, please?
No,
No,
not right
can't,
now.
Kurt. Hang
Hold
on.
off. Are you done with your
Well,
questions?
I just-
Do you have
Well,
questions?
I have more questions, but I'll go ahead and let Supervisor Veerkamp.
Well, I
So,
think Rob, you just alluded to it. There was an exemption that was allowed under the law back then. So that freed up. Your mic. Oh, I'm sorry. There wasn't a law under the, there was an exemption under the law that was allowed back then that these parcels could have a single-family home built on them. With the law changes, the state changing, as well as the rezone, that went away, and now that exemption's gone. But I think, to me, what we need to focus on is, does Mr. Dixon have unbuildable parcels? If he were to bring in, Karen, I know you're sitting there shaking your head. If he were to bring in an application for a multifamily, 5 units per acre, the first thing that would happen would be multiple departments would review the process, the application, and then Department of Transportation, as Raphael stated in his letter, as it stands today with the current road configurations, could he build that 5-unit project with the current road widths and requirements of DOT road widths and encroachments and so forth? And that answer would be no, unless Mr. Dixon or anybody else over there acquired all of the other property and were able to put in a road that would meet the infrastructure requirements, as well as a secondary access road. There is no secondary access road into that area either.
there's not.
So what Supervisor Turnbow's alluded to, what I've alluded to before on this topic is, how do we get to maybe some usable parcel there that was intended to do? Back in 2015, and this is where I question the mistake validity, is we were assured as a Board of Supervisor that these parcels that we were rezoning met the requirements for the zoning. That was from staff. Shame on me for not physically checking them all myself, because I would have said, this one doesn't meet that. It's in a historical overlay. It's behind Poor Reds. It's in downtown El Dorado, and it's very restricted access and egress. So I think we have created a problem, and I would love for us to somehow be able to fix the situation, because that area over there is never going to be built multifamily.
The one parcel,
Hold on, please.
Yep, okay.
Supervisor Ferrero.
So Brian, you mentioned an exemption that has been eliminated. When did that take place? And was it before or after Mr. Dixon bought the property?
I'm thinking it was probably before.
I believe that's accurate. I think
Yeah.
The purchase of the property was after the 2015 change in the zoning. And I just want to be clear, it wasn't necessarily an exemption. The previous limited multifamily zone allowed a single family house by right.
There you
And
go.
so that was removed as an option within our multifamily designation in order
there you
to foster more multifamily, as opposed to developing these multifamily zone parcels with single family residences.
So that option was removed prior to him purchasing. the
That's my
property.
understanding.
That is correct.
And then
Get a ring.
earlier this morning, I think it was Mr. Dixon mentioned that is that a private road, Missouri Street, or is that county owned?
it's county road.
It's county owned.
It's county road, but the parcel, there are prescriptive easements, and the property owners own to the middle of the road. And then, as it sits right now, it's about an 8-foot wide road as well.
Yeah,
I-
not only
I
that,
just,
Well, and
Couple-
let's try to, when we ask these questions, let's try to give staff an
Okay.
opportunity to give the response so that we're all on the same page.
yeah, I just want to point out maybe an obvious statement that we're sort of talking in hypotheticals here. We don't actually have a project application in front of us to review. I don't think we ever envision like a 5-story, multifamily building here that would clog the roadways. I don't think that that was ever our intent. And so, I think I just want to point out that again, that we're talking in hypothetical situations and we don't actually have a project in front of us that we're evaluating. And that's from, the Department of Transportation's, perspective and also our departments.
Okay, and then just to follow up, can somebody please answer Supervisor Ferrero's question regarding the road ownership?
I can look at the county maintained roads inventory real quick and get back to you. I know where to find that.
Okay, that would be fine. Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to clarify another couple of things. Some of these parcels, their front doors are 2 to 3 feet away from the edge of the road. So if there's any type, the county goes in there and widen the road, that ain't gonna happen. There's no way it could happen. Because you're talking about a town that was built in the 1800s, and a lot of these are older homes. I mean, you're talking about homes that were built in the late 1800s and 1900s. They didn't have all these requirements in then. And those houses are still there. A lot of those houses are still there today.
Any other comments by my colleagues? I just want to mention a couple things, especially for the public, and that is Mr. Dixon is here with us today. He gave us public comment earlier in the day regarding this item. He's not a part of this discussion today because he didn't bring this matter forward. Like was just pointed out, there is not a project specifically that we're talking about. This was brought forward by a supervisor, by Supervisor Veerkamp, and that's why we're talking about it today. And I just want people to know we're not excluding him, but if at some point he brings forward a proposal and we're able to evaluate it, then that's when he becomes part of this discussion. He becomes the applicant. I went up and looked at this property, and you mentioned these, there's like tiny parcels. If you look at that map, there's a bunch of tiny parcels, and there's a bunch of kind of tiny homes, really cute. My question is, what is the minimum requirement for the way that the property is zoned today? I believe you called it RM.
So are you asking about the density?
Yes.
The minimum
Yes.
density is 5 units per acre. So for example, again, hypothetical, you could do like tiny homes, or you could match the surrounding density, which is pretty dense. It does have single family homes in the area, but it is dense. And you could have like similarly built homes on those parcels. For example, I don't know what Mr. Dixon, intends to do, but that's just one thought.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's exactly what I kind of noticed. I thought, man, this is actually perfect for something like this. So thank you for that. And then you mentioned that the property has been reported to the state of California, that property and many others, as being potential affordable housing for low and very low housing. Are there ramifications that we would have to contend with from the state of California if we went down this path and downgraded it?
I might defer to county council on that one.
Yeah, I mean, potentially, yes. Again, everything at this point is a bit speculative, right? Both with respect to the ins and outs of the project as well as the ramifications for not moving forward with the project. But the way, as I think this board is well aware, the state has been taking a much closer look at every agency's housing element to ensure that it is not simply meeting its share of affordable housing on paper, but that it is actually building out in that manner. And as a result, they're essentially monitoring progress towards that. So that can create some complexities. Again, everything is somewhat speculative at this point. I think as the staff report notes, there are some requirements under the state housing law that would require that when you are down zoning parcels, you need to try to find a way to kind of balance that out. There's these no net loss provisions that we would need to ensure compliance concerning. So I'm not that is, again, would have to be considered should the board move forward with the proposed action. So I know that's not the most satisfactory answer because, again, all of this is somewhat hypothetical at this point in time. But I think it is fair to say that there are a number of challenges that the county would need to navigate via the state housing laws in order to accomplish the requested rezone.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Bierkamp.
Yeah, I just think it's important to note, and David, you framed that well, but we would want to backfill or substitute for any lost parcels that would be potentially if we pursued this. And there's a couple different opportunities to do that, which we've talked with planning about. And one of those is capturing our ADUs or capturing our hardship cases and classifying those as ADUs because those are all countable for our RETA numbers. So there are some options that we could pursue. But secondly, and I agree with you, it does set up for what you're talking about, except for you're not going to get the roadway infrastructure in there. You're not going to have a secondary access. The only one, and I hate to even go down this road and say it, that would be exempt from everything would be an SB 35 project. And that would all get hung by the people of downtown El Dorado and El Dorado for even proposing something like that behind Poor Reds in a zone that it is. And then again, you couldn't park them. You couldn't meet the road requirements for that, which was what we're complaining about on Pleasant Valley Road right now with 3 SB 35 projects that the state has put right in the middle of our lap. So it really restricts our ability to plan appropriately. And again, I've admitted, and I'll continue to admit, that it was something that we overlooked in 2015, as probably Supervisor Parham was a member of the community warning us that maybe we didn't think of everything or analyze everything. It was a cumbersome process. That's probably the cleanest word I should use.
Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, go back to Raphael's letter, and he did say, right, under its current conditions, those roads would not be able to accommodate multi-family parcel volumes, period. It's in this letter. That's part of it.
I do feel compelled to add, Mr. Martinez's letter was also completely hypothetical. There was then and remains to this day no project. So I do feel it important that the board take that letter in the context in which it was drafted, which was just kind of general conversation about potential development. There has been no application for a development on the parcels.
And that's absolutely correct. But if you're an applicant, are you going to go to the county and look to see what your options are for the property that you bought?
Agreed. And I apologize. I'm not trying to be argumentative. I agree.
Yeah,
I think it is part of the due diligence, but I think it's also, we have many projects that go through that in their current state might not have the infrastructure necessary. It's through the development process where the specific infrastructure is identified. Again, I know that, I think that there's an understanding of some challenges here, but I just feel compelled to put Mr. Martinez's letter in context.
Totally agree. But I think he was just trying to be honest and upfront about what the challenge may be ahead of anybody that would try to do this particular project.
Supervisor Parlin?
Yeah, this is very concerning on so many angles. I can't even begin. I think we need to be cautious as a board. The timeline here is what's concerning. My thinking would have been, as someone that was going to buy a piece of property that is clearly zoned multifamily, has been for a long time, that before purchasing it, you would come into the county and do your due diligence. That just seems like something that normally people would do when they buy a piece of property. And so I feel that onus is on Mr. Dixon. I really do. I'm also concerned that the county moving forward on this general plan, is it a general plan amendment we're trying to do? General plan amendment, thank you. When there was no actual error, is setting a bad precedent, and that others could come along and try and do the same thing. So I see it as, if Mr. Dixon wanted to bring along a general plan amendment because every property owner has a right to do that. Then it would be on him and the county would consider it. I have a feeling though that it would not be approved because it's going to mess with our arena numbers a little bit. So but that's just my gut. That's just me speculating. Or Mr. Dixon could bring, couldn't he do a pre-app and get some feedback on a project maybe or has he already done that?
I don't believe there has been a pre-app, but yes, that is an option.
Yeah, red is hot on the mics. So, I mean, maybe that's because that doesn't cost a lot, does it? Does a pre-app cost a whole lot?
You're not on.
It has some costs associated with it. I do think that, it's not,
Exorbitant?
it's greater than $1,000, I think.
Okay.
But yeah, it's,
But it's to develop your property and get the feedback.
is
So,
to get very specific, to the degree that you can, specific feedback on your proposed project and what it would take you to get there. Of course, in that exercise, it's the best guess, and the information that comes in, as good as it is the information you get back. So some folks come with a pretty hypothetical, and some come with a very specific project that you're reviewing. And so it's, you get back sort of what you put into it. But yes, it is an option always. We also spoke long ago about some other options like planned developments and phased and approaches and things like that. So there are some options out there, but it's a challenging site.
absolutely, I get that. So, yeah, and I do recall that in prior board items that staff has brought, that there were some paths to building on the site. So, okay.
I would like to, if I may, answer the question about whether the county maintained roads or not. And I can share the diagram if you'd like, but it's approximately county maintained for 0.19 miles from Highway 49 north, which is almost all of Missouri Street. Probably where it gets the R1A parcel at the top, it's no longer county maintained. There's sort of a cul-de-sac at the top of Mr. Dixon's property, but through that, and most of the roads within that general area are county maintained.
Yeah. Thank you. So North Street too, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
From
Highway 49.
Forney all the way, all the way to Pleasant Valley Road on the other side.
Right. Okay. Or Oriental Street.
Maybe I'm just going to share this because I think it might help everybody
Yeah.
and folks that aren't as familiar with the roadways. This is a zoomed in version of the maps that are available on DOT's website. And so the area that we are talking about is coming, hopefully. Okay, so North Street is east to west here on the map, just above Highway 49. Missouri Street is north-south, and so that is most of the roads in that area, including the, let's call them alleys or the small, the narrow roadways are county maintained within that area. Where you see it dead end to the north is approximately, Mr. Dixon's northerly parcel.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, very helpful. That was good.
Yeah, and a couple of those are one way now, in or out.
Yeah, I believe
Not two-way
North
traffic.
Street coming off of Forney is
Right.
one way, heading west. And then some of them are very narrow, but yeah, I don't believe you can turn east on North Street from Missouri Street.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Right.
So no right turn because it's no entry, it comes the other direction.
Yeah.
Other questions or comments? Seeing any at this point, so I'll bring it back to the board for a motion or for some action
Well, I
or
think
further deliberation if we need
if
to.
I could, I think in
Mr. Veerkamp?
presentation, you said something about maybe a variance or something. What were you thinking?
I apologize. I missed that. What did you
Well,
ask?
I thought I read it in here that said that there one in the options or how to maybe move forward.
Correct. So I'll repeat them if that's helpful. The two options offered are approve and adopt the ROI to initiate the general plan and zoning ordinance amendments on the parcels. This option would, like we've discussed, likely conflict with state and county law. And it would require staff to kind of reprioritize LRP's projects, current projects. It would definitely impact our workload. The second option is to not approve and adopt the ROI. And so under that option, Mr. Dixon could submit a project application or pursue a pre-app to gain more information about the parcel. And then, of course, he would have to pay for that process.
And I'll just add to, thank you, but I want to just add specifically the staff report, because I think this is what you're referring to, Supervisor Veerkamp. It does say that as part of that second alternative, staff would assist with review and suggestions on a project application, either for potential phase development as previously discussed, or other possible solutions such as a variance or waiver in light of physical conditions associated with the two parcels. So I think it's just,
Thank you.
I just wanted to acknowledge that in addition to just a straight general plan rezone, the staff report acknowledges that there may be other things that could be considered with Mr. Dixon should he be amenable to those proposals.
Can we get any more specific about a variance?
Well, it would come with
So-
a pre-app or a project, right?
Well, yeah, and I wanted to jump in. I apologize. So there's a couple things here. Variance is very specific to the zoning and the configuration of parcels. And so it may be, and Raphael can correct me if I'm wrong, but it may be that it's not so much a variance as it is an allowance for design waivers or something related to roadways or sidewalks or those types of things, because I think a variance has to do with more that the configuration of the parcel doesn't allow what everyone else gets. And so that variance, at least in the zoning term, is maybe not the right word, but I think we're talking about a design waiver or an improvement, a standard that is being deviated from that would allow, you to use maybe less of a roadway or something like that. Is that, I think that's what we're talking about. And then I would just add that, the other piece of the exercise for staff would be, okay, what is then the appropriate general plan designation and what is the appropriate zoning for these parcels? They're greater than an acre. Surrounding zoning to the east is multifamily residential, but then some of them are medium density residential, which allows a couple different land or zoning designations. So we would have to deal with that as well. Would it be R1A, which is a 1 acre minimum? Would it be R1, which is a 6,000 square foot minimum? And that sort of thing. So that would be the other piece that we would be looking at should you choose to move forward with that.
I got a question.
Mr. Turnbull?
One of the things I want to ask you, because let's take Pleasant Valley Road, for example. I can pull that map back up. Can you do that?
The one with the county maintained roads? Yes.
Yeah.
I apologize. I didn't have it right up.
That's all right, Rob. All right. Pleasant Valley Road. All right, you're talking about all the houses along there adjacent to Poor Reds were homes. But they're also zoned commercial too. Am I correct?
I believe a lot of them are sorry, old habit.
That's okay.
I believe that there is a lot of limited or Main Street commercial along Pleasant Valley Road to the north.
Right, right. So this is where a lot of the kind of the problem it lies too, is because a lot of these parcels were residential, but also then changed to commercial is what it did. And that impacts a lot of the residents in that particular area that live there because I can't remember, I can't remember the persons that lived right next to Poor Reds. You remember? Brian, come on.
Gail?
Huh?
Not
No,
Gail.
no,
No,
not
no.
Gail,
No,
no.
no, okay.
Well, let's not
Yeah.
go there, but
But I'm just saying a lot of those parcels were residential, now commercial. And so there's issues there too. I mean, if you're talking about in the back, because a lot of these areas in the back are also that goes up Missouri Street on the left, which is Gail's property. Which is also commercial property in there too, which he does use it for commercial purposes. you know, besides the residential part. I think it's both, commercial, residential.
Yeah, it has a lot of,
Combined.
I'm familiar with that parcel. I think I worked on the unit that is at the south west corner of Missouri and
Where the front
North
was right
Street
out in the
in the
road.
remodel and all of that. They're existing, you know, units that predate our zoning ordinance. And so they're legal non-conforming or they're mixed use. There's a lot of variety in there, but yeah, I'm familiar with a lot of, you know, it's commercial up towards the roadway and there's some residential units oftentimes in the back towards North Street.
And the biggest part of the problem with this too, if you look at this, the sewage and water lines run down Pleasant Valley Road. And I remember when they were put in, expanded there. They got a culvert on both sides, but they expanded, and a lot of them systems at one time were all septic and they tied into that. The parcels in the back, if I remember right, a lot of them, I think that's not put in, the sewage part of that's not put in yet. I think there, a lot of them are still on septics.
And Supervisor, that's a little bit off track.
Well, I'm just
I
just
appreciate you
clarifying
pointing
is
that
what I'm
out,
trying to
but
do.
Yeah, we just, let's
I'm just
bring
trying
it
to
back
clarify
to
that, that's all.
what's before us.
Could I just?
Yes,
one-
please,
So
Supervisor. Rico.
as Supervisor Turner brought up Pleasant Valley Road, let's talk about it. We talk hypothetical. There probably would have to be hypothetically improvements, off-site improvements also for a multifamily project back in this area to Pleasant Valley Road.
Exactly.
And I'm looking to Raphael for maybe a wink or a nod, but more than likely, if the applicant were to provide an application for a project, that would also be one more thing that would have to be done relevant to this. We can't improve Pleasant Valley Road now for the capacity that it currently is at. So to me, that just, again, makes this whole thing a lot more complicated. And another problem that we have with trying to accommodate that multifamily zoning in this, in whether it's Mr. Dixon's property or anything else that were in that immediate area. So that, my angst.
Yeah, I really think that the alternative here, directing staff to work with Mr. Dixon on a project submission, go through the pre-app process and look at some alternatives and I really think that we're doing so much speculation here. It would be, I think, more appropriate to get something, you know, pre-apps are they're not that super detailed. They're pretty high levels. I've seen some, you know, and it's just an opportunity for a property owner to go in and say, this is what I'm thinking. Here's my property. Staff's like, oh, here's your parameters. This is what it would take, kind of thing. And say, maybe if you did this, DOT's part of the pre-app process. Well, all the departments are actually, fire is. I mean, on pre-apps, it goes to everyone not everyone, sorry, departments and agencies for feedback and and they are intended, I've seen them, they're intended to help applicants get a project that's doable and feasible too. I mean, that's another bit of it. So, I mean, in my mind, I do like the alternative saying, hey, let's see if we can get a project that's workable in this area, have our agencies and staff, you know, sit down and really look at this property. And so I guess I'm making a motion. There it is. I made a motion that we do that.
I'll second that, Lori.
So that we do that. So I want to be clear.
Yeah.
So we're the motion is basically to deny, right? The ROI and to encourage the applicant to work with the various departments to put forth and to get more information. But the basic part of the motion is a motion to deny the ROI.
I'm trying
at
to
this point.
put the alternative here into a motion, so maybe I didn't do it very well. Do you want me to just read, do I
Do you
read it?
mind reading it?
I can read it verbatim. Is that better?
Yeah, just
Okay.
let's be clear.
The board will not approve or adopt the ROA. The board would give direction to staff to work with Mr. Dixon on a project submission. Staff would assist with review and suggestions on a project application, either for potential phase development as previously discussed, or explore other possible solutions, such as a variance or waiver in light of the physical conditions associated with the two parcels. So, and that's in the Legistar text.
And you're still.
Yeah,
okay
and
with
I'll make a comment.
So there's a motion and a second, so
Yeah,
discussion on the motion.
Can I make a comment on why I'm second? It's very, I'm having trouble with this, really am. doesn't make a lot of sense to have multifamily there. I know the roads aren't going to be widened. But Mr. Dixon bought it with knowing that. And so I think I will be much more accepting of proposals moving forward if it comes from the applicant himself. And that's why I'm decided to second.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Just make it clear now, I will be a no vote. I understand and I want this to work out to some degree so the cat in the sack gets out. But I'm going to accept my responsibility that I, in 2015, didn't raise it as a problem then. So that's why I'm going to be voting no.
Okay. Thank you. No, thank you,
Nope,
though.
Kurt, you can't.
Although there's a motion and a second on the table, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Dawson.
Motion passes 3-2.
Thank you. Okay, we have one more item of business and then we're going to go back into closed session. And I think it's going to be a quick item. So we'll take a break kind of between closed session and this last item, if that's okay. So this would be item number 39, Ms. Dawson.
Item 39 comes from the clerk of the board, recommending the board make board member appointments to various boards, commissions, or committees for 2026.
Excellent. And I think all of you were in receipt of an email that came from the CAO's office, just saying if you're assigned to something and you don't want to do that task anymore, let her know, or vice versa, if there's something you want to do that you're not currently assigned to. And did we receive any communications from that?
I didn't receive any indications that anyone sought any changes.
Okay. So can I interpret that to mean that everyone's okay with their assignments? These are just committees and commissions. This is not necessarily ad hocs. But is everyone comfortable with
Yes.
your assignment?
Yep.
Yeah.
Me too. Okay.
Too.
So maybe a motion to approve the assignments as presented?
Before you do that, I just want to throw it out there. This is my last year on the board, so if anybody's interested in any committees and what we do and what's coming, as the year starts to wind down and they're interested maybe in next year taking it on, because I think that people don't realize how much time we spend on these committees and commissions. We spend a lot of time, especially if you want to be really engaged, which I have tried really hard to do that and represent the county well. So anyway, I will move that we approve it as it currently is and carry on.
Second it.
Okay, motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, great. We're now going to take a short break and go back into closed session. We'll start at 3:20. Do you need to make an announcement about?
I do not, Madam Chair, but I just did want to note, with the two remaining closed session items, I'm not expecting a report out. So if the board did want to, we could come back out to do any board member reports, or I would leave it to your discretion if you wanted to handle that now before we recess.
We had a good break there. Do we really want to do board member comments right now? Do you have something you want to do?
Yeah, I did.
You did?
A lot of Christmas stuff.
I worked up until Christmas, you guys.
Well, if you have a brief report that you want to bring forward, go
Okay,
for it.
I'll just do it really fast. There was just a couple things I want you guys to know that were coming. December 10th, because remember our last board meeting was December 9th. At RCRC, we had a presentation from Dr. Alan Murray of UC Santa Barbara, and one of the RCRC subsidiaries, Rural Advancement Institute, commissioned this report, and it was on the capacity of rural fire districts and how they're struggling. So I will put the link to that because it's public. I'll put the link on my District 4 webpage in case you guys are interested in looking at it. It was very cursory glance, but it started a lively conversation. And I think it is a good document for us, though, as we go and try to, help our small fire districts and all that. It really validates a lot of our concerns. So I'll throw that out there.
Right.
And then there was something else I thought you guys would be interested in. Oh, Sue Phillips and Sheba Frenson and I did attend the mosquito, speaking of fire, the mosquito fire protection district's regular board meeting on December 18th. And we were one of the presenters just to say, hey, the county's here. We've engaged with a couple of their board members and we're just looking at sustainability. So again, I'm reporting out to the boards that, you know, I'm out there, Sue's out there, we're saying, we're here, we're a partner with you guys. We're not lucrative and flush with money, but we have helped other fire districts as they have moved forward with some kind of merger consolidation efficiencies, whatever it is, we're exploring it. So just want you guys to know, and I will probably go to their, I plan on attending almost all of their board meetings throughout this year to help them see that the county really wants to be a partner. And because this is hard stuff for these tiny districts. And so, so I'm reporting that out so you guys know what I'm up to there. And then I think there was, oh, Supervisor Veerkamp, you and I participated in the homelessness, I think that's what it is, NAV Center ad hoc. And that there will be a board item coming, when? January, February? Sue? Is it? Yeah, there it is.
There'll be an update to the board from staff on the project. And then we'll also go back and have another ad hoc after that update.
Right.
Yeah, because I think, are we looking for any further board direction when we bring it back? I felt like
Might
we're
be
bringing an
based on
item.
the timelines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just be ready. I just want to give you guys a heads up that we did have a meeting the Monday before Christmas. See, we were working. And that we'll be bringing an item, which ad hocs are supposed to do. So that's it.
Perfect. Are there any other supervisors that have a report at this time? No?
There was
Okay.
just one other item that we worked with staff on, and I think we're in a pretty good place because we did get some testimony from the public about the Union Mine treatment plant. And I think we're able to work with staff to keep that open to some degree by infusing some specialized equipment and a filter and other stuff and not close it entirely for a long period of time while the maintenance is being done on the other. So I really appreciate staff busting, or you know what, we went out and did a field visit, looked at Stinky, yeah. But they're really doing a great job, and they had a thought or a plan in mind, and we just helped them facilitate it, and facilities and so forth helped move things ahead as quick as we could on a couple things. So thank you for that. And you were right on the ad hoc. So thank you for
There it
the
is, okay.
homelessness. Yep.
And Madam CAO?
I'll just let you all know, I do plan on attending the Georgetown Fire Board meeting on Friday. One of the board members let me know they are going to have a discussion regarding potentially a shared services contract with Garden Valley. So wanted to show up and hear that discussion and lend our support of that idea. So
Very exciting.
That's great.
Good stuff.
Okay, good stuff. All right, we will reconvene at 3:25 in closed session.